All right. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Hope you all are doing okay. We have a big vote today for where we'll see if Jim Jordan will be elected Speaker of the House. So I'll wait a quick minute and just make sure everything sounds okay and looks okay, and then we'll get going. I will also never forgive whoever set this thing for so early. So, all right, let's get it going. So right now it is 11:20 East Coast, 8:20 a.m. West Coast, where I am right now. We are about 40 minutes out from the House's first votes, I believe, for Speaker, when this process will begin, when the House will be gavelled in the session. So what we can expect today is a valiant effort by Jim Jordan to become the next Speaker of the House. Right now, here is the lay of the land. Here's what it looks like in terms of votes. I believe because there's going to be one Republican absent, that what we can expect is, if I'm not mistaken, you have to reach 217 votes to be elected Speaker. So right now what it's looking like, and this is according to CNN's latest tally, is that there are 5 no's: Don Bacon, Mike Lawler, Mike Kelly, Carlos Jimenez, and Mario Diaz-Balart. So those are the 5 no's. That won't cut it, I don't believe, for Jim Jordan. Then there's a few that are leaning no as well: Ken Buck, Victoria Spartz, Steve Womack, and Marionette Miller Meeks. We also have 4 Republicans who haven't said how they'll vote, including Tom Keene from New Jersey, Young Kim, John Rutherford, and Juan Ciscomani. So all of which is to say, we don't know what's going to happen right now. It doesn't look certain that Jim Jordan will have the votes. But with that said, I think no one's ever lost money betting on moderate Republicans folding to the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. So it remains to be seen what happens, but it does look like Jim Jordan is getting awfully close. If not on the first ballot, then perhaps second or third or fourth. God knows how many ballots this is actually going to take. But, I mean, it did take Kevin McCarthy 15, and he eventually got there. I think the more ballots that we see, the more embarrassing it's going to be for Republicans as the rest of the country watches them steeped in dysfunction. I mean, I think it took 3 days for Kevin McCarthy to actually be elected Speaker, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was 2 days. But in any case, it was not a not embarrassing experience for him. By the way, for what we'll do for this little pre-show here, again, we've got just over a half hour before the House is gavelled into session. So what we'll do for this pre-show here is, if you have any questions in the chat, just throw them there and I'll try to respond to them. If you are not subscribed to this channel, you won't be able to write in the chat. So just subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It's totally free. It's a great way to support what I do, and it'll allow you to throw questions into the chat that I can then respond to here. And I think what we can do first, what might be interesting for the chat, is to start a poll. And the first question will be, who will be elected Speaker? Now, there are a few names that have been floated. Obviously, Jim Jordan is one of them. Obviously, if it doesn't work for Jim Jordan, another name that's been floated is reverting back to Kevin McCarthy. And then, of course, there's Hakeem Jeffries, who will have the support of all 212 Democrats. And all of those Democrats, it's been reported, are going to be in attendance. I believe, though, so far, it's been reported that one Republican will be out, and so that lowers the threshold. So for right now, we'll do Hakeem Jeffries, Kevin McCarthy, Jim Jordan, and I'll also throw in Patrick McHenry, who is the Speaker pro tempore right now. Basically what a Speaker pro temp is, I believe it was added, it was a position that was added in the aftermath of 9/11, wherein if something had happened to the Speaker, we needed some type of how would I put this? some type of a way to get a new speaker elected so that the House isn't without a speaker. The House isn't without someone who's third in line to the presidency. And so the Speaker Temp's only job is to facilitate the election of a new speaker. That's it. Right now, a few Republicans are upset because, or are vying for this position to be able to actually pass legislation. That's with the Israeli-Palestinian war happening right now. They want to be able to pass aid to Israel. They can't do that because Patrick McHenry, as the Speaker pro tempore, he's only empowered to basically facilitate the election of another speaker, but he can't do anything beyond that. So there may be, if Patrick McHenry does look like he's going to be the only viable option if they can't settle on a Jim Jordan or on a Hakeem Jeffries or on a Kevin McCarthy, there are some people floating the idea of empowering Patrick McHenry as the Speaker pro tempore to be able to also pass legislation. If they can't come together to actually elect a speaker, God knows it's unlikely that they'll be able to come together and pass a rules change for the Speaker pro temp to be able to pass legislation. So again, I wouldn't bank on any of this, but I'm just letting you know what some Republicans are looking to do or hoping to do as far as the only person who is kind of presiding over the House right now is concerned. So we are 1 minute into this poll. 2,000 votes already, and Hakeem Jeffries is running away with it, which is an interesting twist here. I should note that Hakeem Jeffries, let's see, I do have some reporting here about Hakeem Jeffries that I wanted to stash away. Here we go. Jeffries is floating the idea of elevating, this is to the point that I was just making, of elevating McHenry. Let's see what he wants to do. So elevating the idea of, floating the idea of elevating McHenry basically to empower him to be able to pass legislation or to be able to leave him in his spot for at least a few weeks to kind of give Democrats time to continue branding any Republicans who come out in support of Jim Jordan as supporting an extremist, basically. I mean, we all know Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan is responsible for turning a blind eye to the sexual assault of what's been reported as 177 student athletes, wrestlers at Ohio State University when he was the wrestling coach there. He's also been in Congress for 2 decades, hasn't passed a single piece of legislation. He has sponsored legislation to ban abortion nationwide. So again, he's also supported Donald Trump's insurrectionism, Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. The thought that, or the notion that Jim Jordan is not among, if not the most extreme members of the House is just defying logic here, or denying reality here. So right now, Jeffries is trying to kind of buy Democrats time to continue branding Republicans, especially those Republicans in those 18 Biden won districts, as being extreme. There's also been the idea floated about Liz Cheney being nominated for Speaker. Again, this is unlikely. The reality is Liz Cheney would garner a hell of a lot more votes from the Democratic caucus than she ever would from the Republican conference. She was basically excommunicated from her party for the crime of coming out against Donald Trump. So again, this idea that Liz Cheney or Brad Sherman, the Democrat from Studio City, which is not far from where I am, Brad Sherman has come out and floated George W. Bush as an option for Speaker of the House. So again, just craziness all around. Someone had asked, who is Patrick McHenry? He is the Republican. He's a Republican congressman. He is currently serving as the Speaker pro tempore, which was just a position, again, as I just explained a few minutes ago, created to facilitate the election of a new speaker in the event that there isn't a speaker. This is a position that came about in the aftermath of 9/11, in the event that for any reason the speakership would be vacated. Maybe something happened to the speaker or whatnot, but that's what the position was created to do. I don't think it was actually created to contend with a Republican conference's dysfunction given their inability to actually elect their own speaker when given the majority, but here we are. So for those joining, we are a half hour out right now from the House being gavelled in this session. Thank you for joining. We have the chat going right now. If you want to participate in the chat, make sure to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It's totally free, but it'll allow you to participate in the chat and vote in polls. Right now, we have one poll up, which has pretty interesting results here. And I don't know if it's because of my audience or because the Republican dysfunction is really that profound. But the first poll is who will be elected speaker. The options are Jim Jordan, Kevin McCarthy, Patrick McHenry, and Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries has 66% support right now. And this is not who do you support as speaker, mind you. This is who will be elected speaker. So Hakeem Jeffries is running away with it. Jim Jordan in second place with only 16%. So an interesting, I guess, turn of events here. Again, for those just joining, here's the lay of the land in terms of the likelihood or the possibility of a Jim Jordan speakership. We do have a number of firm no's, which I believe exceed the number that Jim Jordan or any Republican speaker would need. And that includes Don Bacon, Mike Lawler, Mike Kelly, Carlos Jimenez, and I may be mispronouncing his name, and Mario Diaz-Balart. There's also 4 Republicans leaning no and another 4 Republicans who refuse to say. With that said, I think the Republican Party, if nothing else, to their credit, is very good at just completely folding to the extreme MAGA wing of their party. So all of these firm no's, we'll see what happens after the first ballot, and we'll see what happens after the second ballot, because something tells me there are going to be a lot of changes. These Republicans generally do not stick to their guns, have been shown to eventually just fold to whatever the MAGA wing of the Republican Party wants. So a lot of these Republicans right now are sitting in Biden-won districts. Some of these districts, Biden won by 5 points. I believe Mike Lawler is among them. Don Bacon is another one who's among them. So we'll see what happens in terms of these Republicans sticking to their guns. We do have a Republican like Don Bacon, I believe, who came out and tweeted something along the lines of, "I'll never fold." So we may have one, but he probably knows that Republicans can still afford to lose just a couple of members from their conference and give themselves plausible deniability when they go back to their Biden-won districts and still allow a Republican like Jim Jordan to be elected speaker. So the Republicans may give that leeway to a few of their members so that they can go back to their districts and say, look, I know this is a district that Biden won in 2020 by 5 points. Look, I didn't vote for Jim Jordan. They have a few of those, but not many. I believe they can just afford 4. And there are 18 Republicans, again, currently sitting in Biden-won districts. And I know the DCCC would love nothing more, and their Democratic opponents would love nothing more than to brand them as the extremists they are when they go back to those districts and try to campaign and say, look, your Republican representative, a quote-unquote moderate, a so-called moderate, just voted for one of, if not the most extreme members of the Republican conference to lead that party in the House. Jim Jordan is no Adam Kinzinger, right? Again, as I explained before, this is a guy who has ignored the sexual abuse of over 100 student athletes during his time at OSU. This is a guy who's passed zero legislation during his 2 decades in the House. And it's a guy who authored legislation, again, which hasn't passed, to ban abortion nationwide. There is no doubt about the extremism of Jim Jordan. So we are less than 30 minutes out right now. And by the way, thank you for donations in the chat. I do appreciate it. One of the messages that I got is wondering your opinion on Jim Jordan's position. I know he's a Trumper and a MAGA person, but I also heard opinions that he used to be pretty bipartisan. I can't speak on Jim Jordan's bipartisanship other than to say he is ranked as one of the, well, I can speak on it. He's ranked as one of the least bipartisan members of the entire Congress. He has also not been bipartisan to the extent that he hasn't passed any legislation with, especially with any Democratic members of Congress. I mean, this is somebody who's introduced only the most extreme legislation to brand himself, to build his brand as one of the most extreme far-right members of Congress. I can't speak to what Jim Jordan did in the early 2000s, but I know who he's been thus far. He's been someone who, is perfectly content to align himself with the farthest right faction of the Republican conference. So no, I mean, there's nothing bipartisan about Jim Jordan. There is only everything extreme about Jim Jordan. And that's why it's been a little bit difficult for him to garner the support of a lot of these moderates in the Republican conference. But because the Republican conference has the spine of a jellyfish here, God knows that they will eventually cave and vote for him. At least that's what I presume will happen. In terms of Jeffries winning by default was one of the questions that we got. The only way that Jeffries could win is if a number of Republicans vote present and lower the threshold for what a speaker would need to win. If every single member of the House was present and voting during this upcoming speaker vote, the winner would need 218 votes. Every member who's either not there or just votes present lowers that threshold. So I believe right now it's been reported that there is one Republican lawmaker who's not going to be there. So I believe that'll lower the threshold to 217 instead of 218. But as of right now, what it looks like is that Hakeem Jeffries, with every member of the Democratic caucus being present, he'll have 212 votes. So they can lower that threshold by voting present and push Hakeem Jeffries closer. But I don't presume that they will do that, because I think that would be a fast track to becoming pariahs in the Republican conference. Okay, you can throw questions in the chat, and I'll spend a little bit of time answering them right now, or I'll try to answer them. One question was, do I think a Jordan speakership could potentially cause havoc for any of the criminal or civil trials faced by Donald Trump? I don't think that Jim Jordan could do anything, I mean, to impact any of these trials or prosecutions from moving forward. Two of them are happening at the federal level with the classified documents case in Florida and the D.C. case regarding overturning the 2020 election. Funding for the government, which Congress would have control over, or Jim Jordan would have control over by virtue of his running the House if he becomes Speaker, would have no impact on these prosecutions moving forward. Won't the extremists not hold out again to gain concessions? I mean, well, right now it's not them holding out because Jim Jordan is an extremist. So now they'll just put pressure on the quote-unquote moderate members of the Republican conference, and basically say, here's what they're going to say: if you don't vote for Jim Jordan, we will make sure you get primaried. Even for the Mike Lawlers and the Don Bacons and the Ken Bucks, these quote-unquote moderate members of the Republican conference, they still have to win a Republican primary. And there is a huge chasm between Republican primary voters and general election voters, especially in these Biden-won districts. We're talking about people who are probably 20 points to the right in the primaries and then 5 points more left of the national average in these people's regular districts. And so, if they can't win a primary, it doesn't matter what their positions are, because they're not going to get to the general. So that's what they're going to put pressure. These extremists are going to put pressure on the quote unquote moderates to vote a certain way, which is for Jim Jordan, or else they're going to basically tell them that they'll support primary opponents, or they won't support their fellow lawmakers when it comes time to vote in the election. Will Jim Jordan launch a full-blown impeachment inquiry? That's a good question, and my gut reaction would be to say yes, that Jim Jordan would launch headfirst into an impeachment inquiry. The only pause I have is because the first one was such a disaster. It was such a dumpster fire that I don't actually know moving forward with another impeachment inquiry hearing is actually going to help them. The first one included a bunch of Republican witnesses who themselves conceded that there was no justification to impeach Joe Biden. That's not great. When even you have someone like Jonathan Turley, who is the constitutional scholar that Republicans trot out every time they need a rubber stamp to validate any of their bogus constitutional matters, when even he comes forward and says there's no basis to impeach Joe Biden, you know Republicans might have just jumped the shark on that one. I've spoken about this before. Can you speak about the hypothetical of a bipartisan effort to elect someone like Liz Cheney? She's a conservative but willing to step up against extremism. The fact that she's willing to step up against extremism is exactly why I wouldn't anticipate Liz Cheney getting the support of a single member of the Republican conference. Again, this is not a conference that wants to bolster the idea that they are not extreme. This is a conference that is leaning into the extremism, that is leaning into the America First stuff, that's leaning into Donald Trump, leaning into the impeachment of Joe Biden. So I think the fact that Liz Cheney has sense is precisely why she wouldn't be embraced by the Republican conference. Do I expect moderate Republicans to reject Jim Jordan as Speaker, or do I think they'll capitulate? I do think they'll capitulate. Again, I mentioned just a few moments ago that these these extreme members of the Republican conference can always dangle the idea of a primary threat above the heads of these so-called moderate Republicans who know that it doesn't matter what their positions are. If they can't win a primary ahead of 2024 general election, then it doesn't matter what their positions are. They're not going to make it to the general. So, and again, it is not easy to win a Republican primary if you are going to espouse moderate positions like being against a nationwide abortion ban or being against Jim Jordan as Speaker. So don't think that these people don't have leverage. These extremists in the Republican conference don't have leverage on these quote unquote moderate Republicans. Would any Republicans vote for Jeffries? Highly unlikely. I would not put a single dollar on the notion that a Republican would vote for Hakeem Jeffries. For those asking what time the vote is, I believe the House is going to be in session in about 15 minutes here. So if you're watching, make sure to stick around. If you want to participate in the chat, or if you just want to support my channel, it doesn't cost you anything. Just subscribe to this channel. That is the best way to support what I do. I really appreciate it, and that helps out with with live streams like this one. So I'll live stream debates, important votes. I also have an interview series where I've interviewed everyone from AOC just a couple weeks ago to President Biden in the White House, and we also have a legal breakdown series to cover everything legal, and a voting rights series on this channel as well to cover all things new maps and gerrymandered maps and maps being redrawn. Is the vote secret? No, this vote will be out in the open. This will be a full House vote. Let's see if I'm going to just take a quick moment and see if we have any news. Just to reiterate, we do have a couple of hard no's, and we'll see what happens in terms of, the first vote to the 10th vote, for example. But Don Bacon, who is a Republican from a moderate district that I believe Joe Biden won by a few points, tweeted out, "I'm not budging. I'm a 5-time commander and deployed to Middle East 4 times. I'll do what's best for country." So that's the Republican congressman from Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. Okay, we have no other new news here, no flips or anything like that, but I believe we're just about 15 minutes out from the House coming into session here. So let's see if we have any news on that front. Just checking to see if there are any delays. Still all good to go for about 15 minutes from now. So again, if you have questions, you can throw them in the chat, and I will try to answer them. I'll do my best to answer them. For those just joining, I know a few people are asking what I believe is going to happen with this vote. What I anticipate will happen, and again, this is not, I'm not where you go for predictions because I've proven pretty bad at them. But I would anticipate what would happen is Jim Jordan will probably fall a few votes shy on the first ballot. He may have between 5 and 8 or 9 Republicans, moderate Republicans, so-called moderate Republicans, not vote for him or vote for Kevin McCarthy or vote for Steve Scalise. And I think then those extreme members of the Republican conference will start to pressure those moderates. And I guarantee that someone along the line is going to tell them it's going to be really difficult for you to win a primary in your district if you don't elect Jim Jordan as speaker. And these people know that even if they live in districts where it's, 55-45 Joe Biden in the 2020 election, that their primary base voter is going to be far to the right of the median voter in that district. So we'll see what happens on that front. But it's what I would anticipate is going to happen is, while Jim Jordan may not win on the first ballot, or maybe even the 5th or the 10th, I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on these moderate Republicans to eventually capitulate to the extreme members of their own conference. And for a lot of them, their careers are going to depend on it, and I think they'll do anything to keep their jobs. I think they're going to put jobs over country 7 days out of 7 during the week. Any word on who Gaetz is going to support? Gaetz has been one of the most vocal mouthpieces in support of Jim Jordan. Gaetz is in the tank for Jim Jordan. How many votes does Jordan have? I believe Jim Jordan right now, confirmed, has something in the ballpark of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13. Maybe around 204, 205 confirmed right now. So remember, he needs either 217 or 218. I believe we have one Republican who isn't going to be there. So he has about 204, 205 confirmed right now. So it remains to be seen whether he'll actually reach the threshold of what it needs to be. Is it possible there will be no new speaker today? Yes, absolutely possible. I mean, the last go around, it took quite a few days to actually elect a speaker. Right now, Patrick McHenry is the speaker pro tempore in the House. That was a position created expressly and solely to facilitate the election of a new speaker. I know that there are some Democrats, there's reporting that even Hakeem Jeffries is trying to empower Patrick McHenry to at least be able to remain speaker or for some time, just to give Democrats more time to brand any Republicans who come out in support of Jim Jordan as being extreme. But it's unlikely that that they'll be able to keep Patrick McHenry in if it becomes clear that Jim Jordan has the vast majority of support in his conference. But yes, it's possible there's no new speaker today. Last time, again, it took 15 rounds. So right now, what happens currently if something were to happen to the president and vice president when there's no speaker? So because there's no speaker, it's not Patrick McHenry as the speaker pro tempore who becomes third in line to the presidency. It's actually the president of the Senate, who's Patty Murray, who's a Democratic senator from Washington. So if, God forbid, something were to happen to the president and the vice president, the next in line is Patty Murray, who's a senator from Washington, who would take over. Do I believe that Hakeem Jeffries has a chance to become speaker today? I mean, a chance insofar as there's also a chance a meteor will hit the planet. There's a chance. It's a really, really, really unlikely one. So no, I wouldn't put any money on that. I think, if Republicans were going to start haggling with Democrats for some type of a power sharing agreement, we might have heard something about that. But no, I don't anticipate that we'll see Hakeem Jeffries become the next speaker here. Here's a question that's a little bit off the beaten path. If Trump is convicted and can no longer run as president, do you think the GOP will shift away from extremism? I think if Trump is convicted, he will still run as president. I think that even if he were in a literal jail cell, a prison cell, he would still run as president. But if by chance he doesn't, no, I don't think the GOP will shift away from extremism. I think I know we have this idea that like it's a zombie movie, as soon as like the mother zombie gets killed, everybody else snaps out of it, and it's like, where was I? But I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, it's clear now the extent to which like the MAGA agenda has kind of pervaded the entirety of the Republican Party. So no, I think that if it's not Trump, it'll be the next guy who just does his low rent, America First MAGA agenda of it all. And it's going to be someone like, Ron DeSantis. I mean, look how well Vivek Ramaswamy has done in the Republican primary. It's because he's just doing his own iteration of Trumpism. So no, I don't think they're going to shift away from the extremism. I think they're going to double down. If not Trump, then somebody else. Someone asked, what about, Clarissa asked, what about Hannity and his personal pressure campaign on moderate Republican representatives? If there was any doubt about the extent to which the conservative media ecosystem is just an extension of the Republican Party and nothing more, just an actual partisan extension of the Republican Party, it is Sean Hannity and his producer coming out and pressuring Republican moderates to vote for Jim Jordan by asking all of these like leading questions about how they're going to explain themselves if not, and are they ready to explain their positions if they don't support him. So again, if you don't think that, these Republicans, and when I say Republicans, I include members of the Republican media, are going to exact a ton of pressure on these moderate, quote unquote, moderate Republicans to vote a certain way, then you're kidding yourselves. They know how much leverage they have because, again, to make it to the general election, you need to win a primary. It's going to be really difficult for some of these moderate Republicans or these holdouts against Jim Jordan to make it to the next general election if they can't win a primary. What can we expect from a Jim Jordan speakership? How will it differ from McCarthy's tenure as speaker? I don't know right now, but I would presume that we're going to go double down on the investigations. I mean, I can promise you we won't have seen the last of the Hunter Biden stuff. We may even see him press full bore into a Biden impeachment inquiry, more hearings. Again, this was what I just explained a few minutes ago. Those were an unmitigated disaster for Republicans the first go around when they had even their own witnesses come forward and say there's no basis for any impeachment here. There's no there. But I don't think that matters because Republicans can spin it any way they want to on conservative media. I mean, you can have someone like Jonathan Turley, who is, again, the Republicans' rubber stamp when it comes to all things constitutional. He is a guy who said that you should be able to impeach Bill Clinton. You shouldn't be able to impeach Donald Trump. Like, that's the extent of the extremism, or the partisanship when it comes to Jonathan Turley. Even that guy came out and said there is no predicate to impeach Joe Biden here. When you have people like that, when you trot out people like that, there's very clearly no basis for any of this. But that's not going to stop Republicans from presenting it any way they want to on conservative media because there's not going to be anybody who actually brings any facts forward. And so you can have an entire hearing where it was just disaster after disaster after disaster for Republicans. And by the time it makes it onto Fox or Newsmax, it's going to look like a bloodbath for the Democrats because they can present it any way they want to. And there is no allegiance to reality or the truth or no allegiance to reality or the truth. So you can present this any way you want to, and no one is going to be there to fact check you. The fact checks will never will never pierce that bubble, that hermetically sealed bubble that is the right-wing media ecosystem. All right. We are 5 minutes out. Give me just one quick moment, and I will get an update here. Again, for those just joining, we are 5 minutes away from, or less than 5 minutes away now, from the House being gavelled into session so that we can follow along with this speaker vote where we expect that Jim Jordan may have enough support to become the next Speaker of the House, which, just as a sentence that I'm saying alone, really does put on full display the lunacy from the Republican conference right now. Okay. Still looking good to go. Just a few minutes out. Jamie Raskin has come forward as he's heading into the chamber and said there's a civil war taking place within the Republican Party, and that civil war might just turn into a purge of any moderates. I think the GOP might become the POT, Party of Trump. That was Jamie Raskin as he's heading into the House. CNN's Manu Raju had come forward and asked Jim Jordan, how many ballots are you willing to go? Jim Jordan said, we need to get a speaker today, and we feel really good about where we're at. Manu Raju then asked, does this mean ballot after ballot the way McCarthy did? And Jim Jordan said, whatever it takes. So hunker down. It may be a long one, or it may not. We'll see. Again, no one ever lost money betting against courage of the Republican conference or of these Republican moderates. Try to go back to these questions here. Sorry, I've been slacking on the questions. Do I think Democrats regret getting rid of McCarthy now that Jordan is primed to be Speaker? I think there are two ways to look at this, and I'll just be totally honest here. There is the practical effect of Jim Jordan as Speaker, which would obviously be extremely dangerous. I mean, this is not somebody who has any good faith effort at governing this country. But then again, it wasn't like any governing was really happening under Kevin McCarthy. With that said, the flip side is, from the political angle to look at this, I mean, look, Republicans made a lot of leeway running against Nancy Pelosi as this Democratic caricature for years. The idea that they can run against Nancy Pelosi as some embodiment of all things evil, and that Democrats can't run against somebody who's so much worse, so much more extreme, it just kind of defies logic here. I mean, this will be a branding on every single Republican as we head into 2024. This is not just the party of Donald Trump now. This is officially, if Jim Jordan wins, the party of Jim Jordan. And so all of those moderate Republicans who are running in the House, when they have to run their House races, voters will not just think, okay, I'm just voting for Don Bacon. I am voting to empower Jim Jordan as Speaker. That's the difference. So do I think Democrats are going to regret it? It's hard to tell, because from a practical effect, I mean, Jim Jordan is exceedingly dangerous as Speaker of the House. Nothing good will get done under Jim Jordan's speakership. But on the flip side, as we head into an election cycle right now where I think we're looking to take everything we can get, there will be some harm to those moderate Republicans by trying to run, knowing that the House they're running to represent is led by an extremist like Jim Jordan. Can one member vote to vacate the speaker? Yes. As of right now, those are the rules. One member can come forward. That's exactly what happened with Matt Gaetz ousting Kevin McCarthy as speaker. Okay. So here, let me do this right now. I'm going to go just me for a quick sec as I as I prep this. Okay, and I don't believe we have audio yet. Yeah, I don't believe we have audio yet. So don't worry about the audio. That will happen momentarily. But we at least have a feed into the house now. For those just joining, we are now getting ready for this vote for Jim Jordan to be the next Speaker of the House. If you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to the channel. That's the best way to support what I do, best way to support my live streams as well, like this one. I will continue to live stream all of this as it continues to play out for however long it takes, which I may regret saying at some point, because God knows it took way longer than I'd anticipated, or any of us have anticipated, when it came to Kevin McCarthy first getting the Speaker's gavel, only to then lose it to become the first Speaker in House history to ever be ousted as Speaker. And thank you, by the way, for those who've donated and who've gotten memberships to this channel. I do appreciate it. For the rest of you, I would just ask, the best way to support what I do, it's completely free, is just to subscribe to this channel. It'll also allow you to participate in the chat there. And right now we have a poll happening in the chat. Who will be elected Speaker? The options are Jim Jordan, Kevin McCarthy, Hakeem Jeffries, and Patrick McHenry. Right now, Hakeem Jeffries is running away with it with 61%. So I'm going to end this poll, and I'm going to start a new poll. And I would just caveat this. I'm going to ask,
the House will come to order.
Who will win today?
Prayer today will be offered by Chaplain
like
Kibben.
To see win, but who do you believe will win? And so the options
Would you
that
pray
we'll
with
do
me?
are Kevin McCarthy, Jim Jordan, Hakeem
Holy God, we
Jeffries,
offer ourselves to you this day,
and I'll leave it at that.
a sacrifice we entrust to your keeping. And we pray that you would find our gift pleasing in your good and perfect will. And if we are found wanting, if we fall short of your desires for us, show us how to renew our hearts and minds, that they would be transformed and better able to discern what is good and acceptable in your eyes. In this one body of lawmakers, we have many members, a representation not just of the diversity that is our country, but of the variety of gifts each has been given.
Okay. I think we can continue the commentary. I don't know that we need to hear the prayer. So for those just joining right now, let me just give a quick lay of the land. Right now, anybody who wants to become Speaker will need to reach the threshold of 218 votes. For every member who isn't there or who votes present, that threshold goes down. I believe right now we have a full Democratic caucus, and I believe we have one member of the Republican conference who won't be there, which means that the threshold would be 217. So we have a number of Republicans who have come forward as firm no's: Don Bacon, Mike Lawler, Mike Kelly, Carlos Jimenez, I may be mispronouncing his name, Mario Diaz-Balart. We have a few more members who are leaning no: Ken Buck, Victoria Spartz, Steve Womack, Marionette Miller Meeks, and we have a few who aren't saying, including Young Kim, John Rutherford, Juan Ciscomani, and Tom Keene from New Jersey. So it looks like it looks like Jim Jordan has approximately 204, 205 yeses. He needs to bring that up to about 217. Hakeem Jeffries will have unified support of the Republican Democratic caucus.
Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Okay, I think we can probably skip this as well. I don't know that there's a huge outcry from those watching right now to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. If I'm wrong, please let me know.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 20, I move a call of the House.
Under Clause 7B of Rule 20, the chair confers recognition for that purpose. Without objection, a call of the House is ordered. Members will record their presence by electronic device.
Oops. Oops, sorry about that, everybody. Going right back right now. There we go.
One scoop of AG1 replaces multiple supplements with 75 high-quality ingredients scientifically formulated.
As we await this quorum call, we're joined by Steve Dennis, congressional reporter for Bloomberg News. Steve Dennis, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. Explain first what the purpose of a quorum call is, why they're doing this at the top of this expected speaker's vote.
Yeah, it's basically sort of a bed check vote to make sure everybody's here and voting, and it'll give us a good sense of whether Jim Jordan will need 217 votes or not. The Democrats are all expected to show up, in which case he would need 217 votes. But
for those making fun of me for not having YouTube Premium, I'm on a private browser for the main one, so I'm not logged into my YouTube channel.
Back in town until later today.
But I do deserve the scorn for it looking like I don't have YouTube Premium.
Nominating speeches for speaker, and then probably closer to 1 o'clock that we'll see the actual roll call vote on Speaker of the House.
Okay, so right now we're seeing who's present in the House. From there, we'll know what the threshold is for a speaker to actually be elected. I believe right now we will have every member of the Democratic caucus present, and it looks like there may be one member of the Republican conference who's not present.
You're talking about Gus Bilirakis, expected to not be here. So if that's the case, walk us through the math as we understand it right now for Jim Jordan.
Yeah, so it's 221 to 212 in the House right now, so he can lose 4 Republicans voting for somebody else and still get that 217 majority of the House. He could get a lower number if people just decide to abstain from voting or don't show up. So, it's what we saw in January is a number of Republicans agreed to abstain from voting at the very end, including Matt Gaetz. And then you'd sort of have an awkward situation where you end up, like McCarthy did, getting the speakership.
Okay, so what it looks like, again, just to reiterate, is that, and I'll just mute this for now. Right now, we're voting on a quorum. We're seeing who is present in the House. It looks like, again, every member of the Democratic caucus will be there, which means 212 votes. They will be unified in support of Hakeem Jeffries. On the flip side of the Republican conference, it looks like one member will be absent, or at least what we believe will be one member right now, which brings that threshold from 218 to 217. Kevin McCarthy can afford to lose 4. Right now, there is reporting that he won't have it, at least on the first ballot. There are some firm no's. I've read them before, but those firm no's include Don Bacon, Mike Lawler, Mike Kelly, Carlos Jimenez, Mario Diaz-Balart. There's also a few Republicans who are leaning no. That includes Ken Buck, Victoria Spartz, Steve Womack, and Marionette Miller Meeks. And there are a few undecided or who haven't said how they'll vote. Among them is Tom Keene, Juan Ciscomani, John Rutherford, and Young Kim. So that puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So Jim Jordan may have some confirmed no's in the ballpark of 204, 205. That won't be enough to win it for him. We'll see what happens in terms of eventually being able to flip those moderates. I know people have asked me whether I think that the far-right members of the pro-Jim Jordan coalition will be able to flip those moderates, and I do. Because remember, there is a ton of leverage that these extremists have, that the far-right Republicans have, because they can let these moderate Republicans, and I say moderate with the biggest grain of salt in the world, but they can let these moderate Republicans know that if they want any chance of winning in their primary to actually get to their general election, then they have to toe the party line and elect Jim Jordan as Speaker. It's a double-edged sword because on the flip side, them going back to their districts and trying to win a general, having just voted for Jim Jordan, who's one of the most extreme members of the Republican conference, as Speaker, is going to be a ton of baggage to send these people off into their districts with, especially their Biden-won districts. We're talking about 18 Republicans who are currently sitting in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. But it doesn't matter if they were to go back to their districts having made a vote for Hakeem Jeffries or Jim Jordan. If they can't get out of the primary, then it won't matter what they're going to do. So they're really putting these moderate Republicans in between a rock and a hard place. There are a few of those moderate Republicans who they can allow not to vote for Jim Jordan. Maybe if somebody is in a seat that's especially precarious, that maybe voted for Joe Biden by a 10-point margin. I think the biggest margin was about 5 points. But regardless, maybe there is just some Republicans who cannot stomach it, or who know it would be such a political liability to go back to their districts having cast a ballot for Jim Jordan. They can afford to lose 4 of those people, but that's it. So of those 18, 14 would still be left with the baggage that is going back to their districts and campaigning in 2024, having cast a vote for Jim Jordan as Speaker of the House. And this isn't some moderate. Jim Jordan, I don't know how he's trying to present himself on Fox News or how he's trying to rewrite history right now, but this is a guy who's been in Congress for 2 decades, hasn't passed a single piece of legislation. He does not believe in governing. He has authored legislation for a national abortion ban, to give you an idea of just how palatable he would be in those Biden-won districts. And of course, he has the extra baggage, the added baggage of having covered up the sexual assault of, I believe it was reported to be 177 student athletes at OSU when he was the coach. These kids were getting assaulted by a team doctor. Jim Jordan reportedly knew about this. There are credible accusations showing that he did know about this and did nothing. So that's the baggage that this Republican conference is sending these moderate Republicans back to their districts with, knowing that there are 18 Republicans who are currently sitting in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020.
Going on in the world, and it's just about the speaker fight for now.
We saw, of course, Kevin McCarthy go 15 rounds to win the speakership back in January. If this goes multiple rounds today, and again, that's a hypothetical, but who gets to decide to go one more round and one more round? Is that Jim Jordan, or is that the acting Speaker pro tem, Patrick McHenry?
It's a good question. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure they're just, the Republican conference will just give Jordan the football here and say, where do you want to go? And they'll hold multiple rounds. But the thing is, they can start voting against him if they really don't want him. If his vote total starts dropping, and there are members who have told reporters this week that they've committed to vote for Jordan on the first ballot, but not necessarily future ballots, then you've got, potentially a scenario where his candidacy might not survive for too many days. If we're seeing another vote tonight and that number of holdouts isn't getting smaller but getting larger, then the momentum that he had yesterday when he got a bunch of defense hawks in particular in his corner after.
Here's what I anticipate will happen, to be honest. We have a number of Republicans who have come out and said that they would be no's. I just listed out a name of about, 12 of them. 5 plus 4 plus 4, so that's 8, 9, 10, 13 of them. And here's what I anticipate will happen. Maybe they'll get to do their protest no vote, the first ballot, maybe even the second ballot. But eventually, I do believe that these people will cave. I think that, you know, the Ken Bucks of the party, the Miller Meeks of the party will eventually cave. And I know there's some posturing happening behind the scenes within the Republican conference that says, okay, look, I have to show my district that I wasn't falling over myself for Jim Jordan as speaker, and so I have to vote a few times. So just, you know, let this go a few times, and when it becomes clear that we're not going to have any consensus, eventually I'll cave, just for the good of the party, to show that I'm, you know, a team player. And they know that they can say, okay, we have a few Republicans who, if they vote for Jim Jordan at all, ever, they'll lose their district in 2024. And so, you know, we're gonna build in 4 Republicans who we know we can lose 4. We're gonna build in 4 Republicans, a buffer, so that they can always vote against it, because they just know it'll be too much baggage heading into their liberal district to get elected again in 2024. But the rest of you eventually have to cave. And so it may not be the first ballot, it may not be the second, third, fourth, fifth, but eventually we'll get there. That's what I anticipate will happen. And again, there is a lot of leverage that could be put on these moderate Republicans, because a lot of them know that if they want the opportunity to be even able to run in the general election, they got to make it out of a primary. And if they don't have the support of any of their party in the primary, or if a primary challenger is put forward and ousts them, then yeah, that primary challenger will be more conservative, more extreme, and probably won't win in the general election. But has that stopped these Republicans before? No, of course not. Hasn't stopped them before. I mean, they're perfectly content to put what most of us view as completely unelectable extremist members of the Republican Party in as their general election candidate. Look at Carrie Lake. Look at Blake Masters, both of them in Arizona. Look at someone like Herschel Walker, Dr. Oz. I mean, these are people who support nationwide bans on abortion at a time when even voters in Ohio and Kansas are rejecting those positions. So no, nothing will stop these far-right Republicans from running in the general election. They have not learned their lesson. This party has been wholly and completely consumed by Trumpism and extremism. And so they don't care what happens within their base in terms of the unelectability of whoever they put forward. They're going to find the most conservative, the most far-right, the most extreme member they can. So what you're hearing now is the din of the House chamber. We are moments away from this vote actually beginning. There's going to be maybe, I believe, one more procedural vote, and then we may hear speeches, although I'm not sure how many speeches there are going to be, because, you know, maybe just a couple in favor of Jordan, a couple in favor of Hakeem Jeffries, and then we get to it. So for those watching right now, if you are not yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. It's the best way to support what I do. It's also the best way to stay on top of this stuff. So if this doesn't end today and you want to stay on top of these speaker votes, as we remain immersed in the dysfunction of a Republican-led House, then make sure to subscribe so that you can stay on top of it if we have to go another day. And hey, if you're watching right now, give a thumbs up to this stream. I think it helps in the algorithm or something. So we are just a moment away here from having a better idea of exactly how many members are present and how many are absent, and that will determine the threshold. Let's see. That will determine the threshold that any speaker would need to actually get elected. So with every member present, the threshold will be 218. I believe there may be one absence, which brings that threshold down to 217. Someone asked if there's any chance that Republicans have negotiated behind the scenes with Democrats and will support Jeffries. Highly unlikely. I do not think that any Republican would want to become a pariah in their own conference by virtue of doing that. That's effectively a surefire way to make sure that this is your last term ever. Oh yes, someone commented on my glasses. This is what happens when I actually need to see. All of my videos that I do without my glasses are a struggle for my life to be able to actually see my teleprompter. For those just joining right now, just to give you an idea of who the frontrunner for the Republican nomination is, it is Jim Jordan, the frontrunner for the Republican nomination for Speaker. Jim Jordan hasn't passed a single piece of legislation in his almost 2 decades in Congress. I believe he was elected in 2006. He has authored legislation for a national abortion ban. Of course, didn't pass. And he was credibly accused by a number of witnesses, a number of wrestlers during his time at OSU of covering up the sexual abuse of those student athletes while he was the assistant coach there. That's just a small sampling. He also was a major figure in Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, an insurrection sympathizer. So that is just a light sampling of what we're looking at in terms of how far the Overton window has shifted in the Republican conference. That this is who they are primed to make their speaker. That's a good point that someone just made, GWJ. I feel like Jordan will not win because the GOP is united behind him, but because of how bad they'll look if they fail to elect a speaker again. That's a great point. I mean, this dysfunction, this is the most basic function of a House majority, to just be able to elect a speaker. The fact that we are now more, like a year in to this House majority, this Republican House majority, and they still don't have a speaker is a testament to just how ineffective they are and incapable they are of actually governing. Like, how do you go back to your districts and say, vote for me again for the House because we need a Republican majority, wherein if we had one, we won't even be able to elect a speaker to pass a single piece of legislation, good or bad. Are there any Republicans that have announced, this is from Cinderbite, are there any Republicans that have announced they're on the way out, like Romney, that could potentially vote for Jeffries enough to pass? I haven't heard of a single one. Not a single one. In fact, I don't know of any Republicans who've come forward and said that they're retiring at the end of this term. But regardless, even if there were, no, none of them have come forward and said that they're going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries as the result of their impending retirement. There is a part of me also that believes that even with this dysfunction, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because the Republicans' whole MO is to shrink the size of government. And to be able to do that, they have to be able to prove to their voters that government doesn't work. What better way to prove that government doesn't work than by this nonsense? I mean, by the fact that they can't even elect a speaker. I mean, think about it. If they're trying to prove to their voters that just government is ineffective, that it can't work, that we have to shrink down the size of government, that we have to slash government funding because it'll never work, then what better way to show that than by the dysfunction that is the government right now? So in a way, them being able to break it and then point to the thing that they just broke as evidence of the fact that it can't work is like the most cynical version of this, the most cynical reading of this, but it may actually redound to their benefit at the end of the day, because they are proving to their voters that government can't work. It's just that what they're not saying is that government isn't working because they're making it not work. Of course, the flip side of that is to then just look at what Democrats were able to do with their majority. I mean, with the exact same size majority as Republicans currently have, Democrats were able to pass the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Law, the Gun Safety Bill, the PACT Act, the CHIPS Act, reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, codify marriage equality into federal law. So on issue after issue after issue, they are showing that when you have people who want to make government work, who want to make sure that government can work for the actual people that those representatives were elected to serve, that it can. It's just a matter of Republicans not wanting anything to work, and so that's why they break it.
Of the House saying, let's get it done. And Darrell Issa of California, the Republican, saying, I'm all in for Jim Jordan. Let's take it to the floor. Darrell Issa, of course, could be in line to get the Judiciary Committee gavel if Jim Jordan is, in fact, elected Speaker of the House. Democrats.
So there you go. That's why some members are going to vote for Jordan, because they stand to benefit themselves. Shocker,
the
right?
election and deny the vote of Nevada voters. He does not deserve to be Speaker, saying he'll cast his vote for Hakeem Jeffries. And one more from Nicole Malliotakis of New York, the Republican, with a tongue-in-cheek tweet saying, slow news day at the United States Capitol, Jordan for Speaker. Again, it will take Jim Jordan not losing at this point an expected 3 Republican votes. If he loses more than 3 and Democrats stay together, he won't have the votes to take the gavel. You can watch it all live here on C-SPAN, gavel to gavel.
Okay, so we are just moments away from this next vote, which I believe may be a procedural vote. This is just to establish a quorum, to find out how many people are there. Again, the threshold that any speaker will need will depend solely on how many members are present. I believe the full Democratic caucus is present today, which means all 212 will likely vote for, or will vote for Hakeem Jeffries. And I think we have 1 absent Republican, which means that the threshold to become speaker drops from 218 to 217. I don't know why, if given 15 minutes to just vote present, there are still 9 members who haven't done that yet. Maybe they're making their way to the House chamber right now. So what it's looking like is Jim Jordan could afford to lose 4 members of his conference before he'll lose a vote. There have been a few Republicans who've come forward thus far, and this is just me reiterating what I've said earlier. There have been a few Republicans who've come forward thus far and vowed not to support Jim Jordan. Again, they did that with Kevin McCarthy the first go around, and he ultimately became Speaker. So, you know, if you're asking me whether I think that these Republican moderates, quote unquote moderates, will eventually cave, I do. For those just joining, if you want to support this channel, support this live stream, all I would ask is that you subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. It's a great way to support what I do, great way to support this stream, and this way, if for any reason this doesn't come to a conclusion today, I'll host another live stream and we'll see this thing out till its bitter end, which are words that I definitely think I'll be regretting at some point, but for right now it sounds good, so I'll stick to it. I should probably note, too, that if Jim Jordan is elected Speaker of the House, that will make 2 Republican speakers in the last few decades who were involved in some type of wrestling molestation scandal. I mean, my God, you couldn't find people like that like in the country if you tried, and yet 2 Republican speakers will have been involved in a sexual assault scandal involving wrestlers. Obviously, the first was Dennis Hastert, who himself was, I believe, sentenced to prison for financial crimes related to the sexual assault of teenage boys. And then Jim Jordan, during his time at OSU, turned a blind eye, this is how it's being reported, turned a blind eye to credible accusations of sexual assault by over 100 student athletes when he was assistant coach at OSU. And that was by a team doctor. And yet, that's the party that has the audacity to turn around and call Democrats groomers, to claim that Democrats are not trying to protect children, when they're elevating someone like Jim Jordan, who, when he was in a position where his number one focus was to be protective of the student athletes that he was coaching, couldn't even manage to do that for over 100 wrestlers. And yet they have the audacity to turn around and say that Democrats are the party that's not willing to protect kids. Every accusation is a confession. Man, we are really, they're really stretching out this last roll call vote here. Again, as far as I know, there's been no reports that any Democrats are absent, so I believe they're just making their way to the House chamber. Someone asked if I believe George Santos will flip. No, I don't. I think Santos will be. I think Santos recognizes that his position in the House is already way too precarious to then flip his vote for somebody else. I think he is firmly on the pro-Jim Jordan string. Okay, it looks like we just about have everyone who's in the House voting present. Thank you, by the way, for those in the chat who have purchased memberships or gifted memberships to other people. I appreciate it. It's a great way to support this channel. Another great way, again, just to subscribe. That doesn't cost you anything, and it's definitely appreciated. For those joining, obviously, we're just waiting for a couple of lawmakers to make their way to the House. We should expect this to be, all settled within the next few minutes. For those asking if Jim Jordan has the votes, it looks like as of right now, I believe the Republican conference is going to have one member absent. That lowers the threshold from 218 to 217. And there are 13 people who've come out and said that they're either a no vote for Jim Jordan or that they're not willing to say right now how they're going to vote for him.
Essentially a bed check to know how many members are there, but that number is important to determine what the next speaker would need to get in order to be able to take the gavel and become the 56th Speaker of the House. The Capitol Hill Press Corps working overtime among those members, those Republican members whose vote is still not quite known, asking those members as they're walking into the chamber. Here's Eric Wasson's tweet, Eric Wasson of Bloomberg News, saying that Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito says he's undecided walking into the chamber, says some of Jim Jordan's past votes are concerning. And then a tweet from Nicholas Wu of Politico focusing on Victoria Sparks, Republican from Indiana, walking onto the House floor. She says she'll vote present on Jordan for Speaker. A vote of present would help lower the threshold needed to take the gavel. And then Chad Pergram of Fox News saying that Nicole Maliotakis, the Republican of New York, was asked how long it will take to elect a speaker. She said, I would simply say that it would be somewhere between the 15 rounds that McCarthy went and the 5 rounds that Pope Francis got in order to be elected Pope. That's her over-under. I think it's going to be more than 1 round. Gavel-to-gavel coverage of all the rounds, if they go more than 1, are here on C-SPAN. You can watch live with us.
So as you can see, we now have every member of the Democratic caucus present in the House. Republicans are still missing 2 as of this moment. I believe that number will go down to 1 when all is said and done. But Kevin McCarthy should need 217 votes to, I'm sorry, not Kevin McCarthy. Maybe Kevin McCarthy, but Jim Jordan would need 217 votes, or any speaker candidate need 217 to be elected speaker. Right now it looks like there's about 13 Republicans who've either said that they wouldn't vote for him or that they're unsure of how they would vote. And that could obviously change from one ballot to the next. Maybe, again, as I mentioned before, maybe what these Republicans intend on doing to give themselves some degree of plausible deniability is to vote against Jim Jordan on the first ballot, but then when it becomes clear that they don't want to stay enmeshed in any more dysfunction, that they eventually throw their support to him. But really, they don't have a lot of leverage. The moderates don't really have a ton of leverage in all of this because the extremist members of the Republican Party have a lot of control over the base. And so if any of these moderate members even want to see the light of day, they have to win their primary to be able to win the general election to serve another term. And if they can't win a primary because the entire House or the entire Republican apparatus is funding a challenger, then it doesn't matter how they vote here because they're not going to even see the light of day when it comes to the general election. So there is a lot of leverage that these extreme far-right Republicans can put on the moderate members of the conference, and the moderate members are the holdouts here. Tyler asked, is it possible for Jeffries to win if enough Republicans vote present? There are more Republicans than Democrats, so if Republicans are united in their conference for Jim Jordan and and enough people vote present and lower that threshold, then Jim Jordan would win before Hakeem Jeffries did, because there are more Republicans. So with that said, no, it's highly unlikely that they'll just vote present and that Hakeem Jeffries would have enough, because by then Jim Jordan would
432 members have recorded their presence. The next order of business is the election of speakers of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, Madam Clerk, colleagues, on behalf of the House Republican Conference, I rise today to nominate the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, as Speaker of the People's House. We are at a time of great crisis across America, a time of historic challenges in this very chamber, and a time when heinous acts of terror and evil have been committed against our great ally, Israel. As this body convenes for the sacred responsibility to elect the next Speaker of the People's House, I am reminded of the Book of Esther. For such a time is this. Jim Jordan will be America's Speaker for such a time as this. A time when hardworking American families are struggling under the vice of inflation, not able to afford groceries, heat, or gas because of the trillions and trillions of dollars of reckless spending by failed far-left government. A time when millions are being illegally trafficked and smuggled across our southern and northern borders due to the catastrophic and inhumane wide-open borders of Joe Biden. A time when violent crime is skyrocketing across America, destroying our great cities, suburbs, and small towns, where people no longer feel safe in their homes or in their communities. A time when American energy production has been crushed by Joe Biden's radical, failed, far-left policies, causing seniors, farmers, and families to pay more at the pump and struggle with skyrocketing utility bills. A time when the federal government is weaponized against we the people, who they are supposed to serve, stripping us of our God-given constitutional rights and wrongfully targeting conservatives, Catholics, and even parents at school board meetings. And a time when the people of our closest and most precious ally, Israel, suffered the bloodiest day since the Holocaust, with acts of inhumane evil committed by Hamas terrorists backed by Iran, grotesque atrocities, the beheadings of babies, rapes, kidnappings, and slaughter of women, children, and the elderly, and Israelis and Americans taken hostage. We are here in this very chamber for such a time as this. Jim Jordan will be
Stand by just a sec. It buffers every once in a while.
too long. Whether as Judiciary Chair, Conservative leader, or representative for his constituents in West Central Ohio, whether on the wrestling mat or in the committee room, Jim Jordan is strategic, scrappy, tough, and principled. He is a mentor, a worker, and above all, he is a fighter. And the American people know, we know, that Jim Jordan is a winner on behalf of the American people. Almost 10 years ago, many of us sat with our colleague Jim Jordan in this very chamber when Prime Minister Netanyahu delivered his historic joint address, which some of our colleagues across the aisle shamefully boycotted. Bibi pointed out that in this very chamber, we serve under the watchful gaze of Moses. He said, quote, "Overlooking all of us in this chamber is the image of Moses, And before the people of Israel entered the land of Israel, Moses gave us a message that has steeled our resolve for thousands of years. Be strong and resolute, neither fear nor dread them. He went on to say, my friends, may Israel and America always stand together, strong and resolute. May we neither fear nor dread the challenges ahead. May we face the future with confidence, strength, and hope, end quote. On behalf of the American people, let's face the future with confidence, strength, and hope. Let's elect Jim Jordan, our Speaker of the People's House, for such a time as this. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, with great respect for this institution, as chairman of the Democratic Caucus, I am directed by the vote of that caucus to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives the name of the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, the pride of Crown Heights, a representative from the state of New York. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is not the history we wanted to make here in the House. It's something that none of us imagined when we were sworn in to this office. We are here because the House has been thrown into chaos. We are here because this hallowed chamber has been led to a breaking point by two dangerous forces, extremism and partisanship. The American people place their faith in us to tackle their most pressing issues, lowering costs, growing the middle class, and standing up to those set on delivering a national abortion ban. The choice before us is simple. Come together on a bipartisan path forward, or take us over the cliff. Abandon the extremism that is preventing us from getting things done, or triple down on division and dysfunction. A vote today to make the architect of a nationwide abortion ban a vocal election denier and an insurrection insider to the Speaker of this House would be a terrible message to the country and our allies. Mr. Speaker, it would send an even more troubling message to our enemies, that the very people who would seek to undermine democracy are rewarded with positions of immense power. We are talking about someone who has spent his entire career trying to hold our country back, putting our national security in danger, attempting government shutdown after government shutdown, wasting taxpayer dollars on baseless investigations with dead ends, authoring the very bill that would ban abortion nationwide without exceptions, and inciting violence on this chamber. Even leaders of his own party have called him a legislative terrorist. He once said, quote, "I didn't come to Congress to make more laws." His words speak for themselves. When New Yorkers recovering from Hurricane Sandy needed Congress to act, he said no. When wildfires ravaged the West, destroying homes and businesses, and those residents needed disaster assistance, he said no. When the Mississippi River floods devastated the South and communities across state lines needed Congress to act, he said no. When our veterans were suffering from disease and dying as a result of their service to our country, and Congress passed a bipartisan solution, he said no. When our ally in Ukraine looked to Congress for additional support to help defeat Putin, he said no. And just before Hamas's brutal terrorist attack on Israel, he said no to fully funding military aid for our ally. This body is debating elevating a speaker nominee who has not passed a single bill in 16 years. Yep. These are not the actions of someone interested in governing or bettering the lives of everyday Americans. This is nothing less than the rejection of the oath that we swore to uphold as duly elected members of this body. But on this side of the aisle and throughout this chamber, I'm convinced our oath still matters. To fulfill our obligations to the American people, we have no choice today but to vote for a leader of both character and conviction. When the Congress first began, we proudly stood next to him as our leader and made a promise to every American. House Democrats would work to find common ground on the issues that matter most to the American people whenever possible. That we would stand up to extremism whenever necessary. Only Hakeem Jeffries can be trusted to keep his word. Only Hakeem Jeffries can lead us out of the chaos and towards a path of governance. It brings me immense pride to nominate our friend, the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, as Speaker. Almost. I'm not done yet. He may just be the candidate with the most votes, but he is also the candidate with the most credibility. If the goal is to continue a 30-year march to hollow out our democratic institutions, weaken our democracy, and embolden extremists, there's a candidate for you. If the goal is to continue taking marching orders from a twice impeached former president with more than 90 pending felony charges, then there is a candidate for you. The world is watching, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Our allies in Ukraine and Israel are watching and waiting. So let's have this vote, but let's be clear. A vote for the gentleman from Ohio is a vote to turn your back on national security. It's a vote to turn your back on a bipartisan path to fund the government and avoid shutdowns, something we can only do if we reject his nomination. House Democrats are in the minority. We realize that. If House Republicans wanted to elect a speaker without us, then they could have. There is still a path forward for both Democrats and Republicans to come together to elect a speaker who can unite us behind a common purpose, keeping the government open on a bipartisan compromise that won more than 300 votes just 4 months ago in this chamber, taking up an up or down vote on help so Israel can defeat Hamas and Ukraine can defeat Putin, and reassuring the American people that their legislators have their backs. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker, and we can do it today. Let's work together. Let's elect a speaker who will reach out a hand of bipartisanship and deliver for the American people. That is why, once again, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm proud to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman yields back. The names of the Honorable Jim Jordan, a representative from the state of Ohio, and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations?
All right. Looks like it's just
There
one on
being no
one.
further nominations, the chair appoints the following tellers. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk. The gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the Speaker's rostrum.
All right. Looks like we're getting into it right now. By the way, for anybody who's watching right now, if you want to support this channel, please subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. Best way to support what I do. I appreciate it. For those watching right now, remember, I believe the threshold is 217. That's how many votes someone needs to become the next speaker. As of this morning, a number of Republicans had come forward, and it looked like there were no's from approximately 5 who had claimed that they were firm no's. 4 of them said they were leaning no, and then we hadn't heard anything from about 4 more. So remember, Republicans can only afford to lose 4 before it looks like it's going to go on to another ballot. Actually, Miller Meeks, I believe, came out in favor of Jim Jordan. So we may have, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Again, they can afford to lose 4 people from the conference. In any case, I guess there's no point in trying to guess right now, since we're just moments away from actually finding out who votes for him. All 212 Democrats will be united behind Hakeem Jeffries. That's a certainty.
House come to order. The roll will now be called, and those responding to their names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Jordan. Aguilar. Jeffries.
So as this goes forward, I'm going to tell you the names of people
Alford.
you should be looking out for. The first one
Jordan.
is going to be Don Bacon.
Allen. Jordan. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. Jordan. Armstrong. Jordan. Arrington. Jordan. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Jordan. Bacon. McCarthy.
There is the first one. The next one to look out for is Ken Buck.
Baird. Jordan. Balderson. Jordan. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. Jordan. Barr. Jordan. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. Jordan. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. Jordan. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Jordan. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Jordan. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries.
So that lowers the threshold.
Bishop of
if
North
somebody
Carolina.
Isn't there.
Jordan. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Bobert. Jordan. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. Jordan. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Jordan. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. Jordan.
All right, get ready for Ken Buck.
Buck. Buck.
All right, so he hasn't voted.
Bouchon.
Just to let you know, they'll go
Jordan.
back to the people at the end who hadn't voted.
Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Jordan. Burgess. Jordan. Burleson. Jordan. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. Jordan. Kamick. Jordan. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries.
The next name to look out for
Cardenas.
is Juan Siscomani.
Cardenas.
He had been an undecided. I think he's going to vote Jim Jordan.
Carey. Jordan. Carl. Jordan. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. Jordan. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Jordan. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy.
Remember, the next name to look out for is
Shearfillis
Siscomani.
McCormick.
Siscomani.
Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Siscomani. Jordan.
All right. So that one isn't super
Clark
surprising.
of Massachusetts.
But he had come forward and said that he
Jeffries.
wasn't sure.
Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver.
The next name to
Jeffries.
look out for is Diaz Balart.
Klein. Jordan. Cloud.
Diaz Balart had come forward
Jordan.
and claimed that they were a
Fiber.
firm no, that he was a firm no.
Jeffries. Clyde. Jordan. Cohen.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cole. Jordan. Collins. Jordan. Comer. Jordan. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Jordan. Crawford. Jordan. Crenshaw. Jordan. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow.
For those asking what he said, it was a Democrat who said, I don't want to vote for an insurrectionist, so I vote for
Cuellar.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Curtis. Jordan. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Jordan. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz. Jordan. DeLauro.
Remember, the next
Jeffries.
name to look out for is Diaz
Delbene.
Balart. Diaz Balart.
Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Jordan. D'Esposito. Zelton.
Wow. D'Esposito just voted for Lee Zeldin, so that's another one.
Diaz-Balart. Scalise.
Wow, so there's another one lost. I believe...
Dingle.
he can afford to lose one more.
Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Jordan. Duarte. Jordan. Duncan. Jordan. Dunn of Florida. Jordan. Edwards.
The next name to look out
Jordan.
for would be Jimenez.
Elzy.
Carlos Jimenez or
Garcia.
Or Gimenez.
Emmer. Jordan. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat.
Look out for Elzy next.
Jeffries. Estes. Jordan. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. Jordan. Fallon. Jordan. Feenstra.
Oh, did
Jordan.
I miss Elzy? Yeah,
Ferguson.
Elzy from Mike Garcia. That's 5 no votes.
Jordan. Finstad. Jordan. Fishbach. Jordan. Fitzgerald. Jordan. Fitzpatrick. Jordan. Fleischman. Jordan.
So
Fletcher.
it doesn't look like
Jeffries.
it doesn't look like Jordan's gonna
Flood.
make it this round.
Jordan. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Jordan. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Jordan. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Jordan. Fulcher. Jordan. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. Jordan.
The next one is Gimenez
Gallego.
or Jimenez.
Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Zeldin.
Wow, there's another one.
Mike Garcia. Jordan. Robert Garcia.
This is a
Jeffries.
disaster for Jim Jordan so far.
Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy.
There's another one. Jimenez for McCarthy. This is seven against Jim Jordan
Golden
so far.
of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Scalise. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. Jordan. Gosar. Jordan. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Granger. Scalise.
Wow, is there another one? Another one. I believe that's
Graves of
8
Louisiana.
against Jim Jordan so far.
Jordan. Graves of Missouri.
I'm going to need a bigger post-it.
Green of Tennessee. Jordan. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. Jordan. Griffith. Jordan. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Jordan. Guest. Jordan. Guthrie. Jordan. Hageman. Jordan.
So far, there's 8.
Harder of
8
California.
against Jim Jordan.
Jeffries.
Or I believe 9.
Harris.
9 now.
Jordan.
Man, oh man.
Harshbarger. Jordan. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. Jordan. Higgins of Louisiana. Jordan. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. Jordan. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. Jordan. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Jordan. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Jordan. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Jordan. Hunt. Jordan. Isa. Jordan. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Jordan. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. James.
The next name to look out for, Mike Kelly.
Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
And by the way, for those asking, because there's so many defections, if Hakeem Jeffries will win, it's not about who gets the majority of the votes. It's about hitting that 217 threshold. So the only way that Hakeem Jeffries could win is if a few Republicans defect to Hakeem Jeffries, which isn't going to happen.
Jordan.
At least not on this ballot.
Johnson of Ohio. Jordan. Johnson of South Dakota. Jordan. 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 Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Jordan. Cam Lager-Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. Jordan.
All right, so that was
Keating.
a potential holdout.
Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Jordan. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Scalise.
There's another one. So that's 10. That's Mike Kelly from Pennsylvania.
Kana. Jeffries.
So now we have 10 against Jim Jordan.
Higgins
He could
of
afford to lose
Virginia.
5. Jim Jordan will not win on this
McCarthy.
ballot. The next name to look out for is Young Kim.
Kildee.
Kim is the name to look out for.
Jeffries. Kiley. Jordan. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Jordan.
All right.
Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff.
The next name to look out
Jordan.
for, Mike Lawler.
LaHood. Jordan. LaLota. Zeldin.
Oh wow, there's another one. I didn't even see who that was.
Okay. LaMalfa. LaMalfa.
Lalota.
Lamborn. Jordan. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy.
Look out for Lawler
Jordan.
coming up.
Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. Jordan. LaTurner. Jordan. Lawler.
Speaker, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
There's another one. Oh, I missed
Lee of
I missed
California.
Kiggins. I missed Kiggins.
Jeffries.
Oh my God.
Lee of Florida. Jordan. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Jordan. Letlow. Jordan. Levin. Jeffries.
The next name to look out for
Lou.
is Miller Meeks. She's probably
Jeffries.
a yes, but Miller
Lofgren.
Meeks.
Jeffries. Loudermilk. Jordan. Lucas. Jordan.
While we
Luke
have a
Kmeyer.
moment, we are
Jordan.
13 Republicans against Jim Jordan.
Luna.
He could afford to lose 4. So Jim Jordan will
Jordan.
not be elected speaker, at least not in this
Luttrell.
ballot.
Jordan. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Jordan. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Jordan. Mann. Jordan. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. Jordan. Mast. Jordan. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. Jordan. McCall. Jordan. McLean. Jordan. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock. Jordan. McCullum.
Again, the next name
Jeffries.
to look out for is Miller Meeks. A probable
McCormick.
yes for Jim Jordan, but
Jordan.
not necessarily.
McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. Jordan. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. Jordan. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. Jordan. Miller of West Virginia. Jordan. Miller Meeks. Jordan.
Okay, that was a
Mills.
potential holdout.
Jordan. Molinaro. Jordan. Molinar. Jordan. Mooney. Jordan. Moore of Alabama. Jordan.
The next
Moore
name we're
of
going to look
Utah.
out for is John
Jordan.
Rutherford. So we have a
Moore
minute.
of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. Jordan. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Moran.
So we have a minute. The
Jeffries.
next name to look out for is Rutherford.
Mullen.
Remember, Ken Buck still hasn't voted yet, so
Jeffries.
that could put us at 14. And then there are
Murphy.
quite a few at the end of the alphabet who we're not
Jordan.
sure about. Either way,
Nadler.
Jim Jordan could afford to lose 4. He's lost 13
Jeffries.
so far.
Napolitano.
So for those watching, he
Jeffries.
will not be elected speaker on this ballot.
Neal.
We'll have another ballot, but so far, not
Jeffries.
looking good for Jim Jordan. I don't know what he's going to do in between rounds, but he needs some miracle.
Nails. Jordan. Newhouse. Jordan. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Jordan. None of Iowa. Jordan. Obernolte. Jordan. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Jordan. Omar. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Jordan. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Jordan. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pence. Jordan. Perez. Jeffries. Perry.
So for those
Jordan.
wondering what happened, Mary
Peters.
Peltola
Jeffries.
came back to vote for Jeffries. She's a
Pedersen.
Democratic representative. Her
Jeffries.
husband had died in a plane crash, so that's why they
Fluger.
were applauding.
Jordan. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. Jordan. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries.
Sorry for that quick
Ramirez.
buffer. Worst time for my screen to buffer.
Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Jordan. Rogers of Washington. Jordan. Rogers of Alabama. Jordan.
Again, the next name to look out for is Rutherford.
Rogers of Kentucky. Jordan. Rose. Jordan. Rosendale. Jordan. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Jordan. Roy. Jordan. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. Scalise.
There's another one. That's 14.
Ryan.
All right, next name to look out
Jeffries.
for.
Salazar.
Sparts.
Jordan.
Victoria Sparts.
Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Jordan. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. Jordan. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Jordan. Austin Scott. Jordan.
Schweikert,
David
the
Scott.
person who just voted for Jordan, is a Biden
Jeffries.
district Republican.
Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Jordan. Sessions. Jordan. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Scalise.
Sparts is the next name to look out for. Victoria Sparts.
Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Jordan. Smith of Nebraska. Jordan. Smith of New Jersey. Jordan. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Jordan. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Stansbury. Jeffries.
I missed Simpson, didn't I?
Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Jordan. Steele. Jordan. Stefanik. Jordan. Style. Jordan.
Next name to look out
Stubbe.
for. Womack.
Jordan.
Steve Womack.
Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. Jordan. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. Jordan. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Jordan. Tiffany. Jordan. Timmons. Jordan. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. Jordan.
Again, Womack.
Underwood.
Womack is the name to look out for
Jeffries.
next.
Valadeo. Jordan. Van Drew.
Valadeo is a Biden
Jordan.
district Republican.
Van Dyne. Jordan. Van Orden. Jordan. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. Jordan. Wahlberg.
Look out for Womack.
Jordan. Waltz. Jordan. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. Jordan. Webster of Florida. Jordan. Winstrup. Jordan. Westerman. Jordan. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. Jordan. Williams of Texas.
All right, next up will be Womack in a few.
Wilson of Florida.
And Womack is
Jeffries.
a leaning
Wilson
no.
of South Carolina. Jordan. Whitman. Jordan. Womack. Scalise. Yakum.
Womack
Jordan.
is for Scalise.
Zinke. Jordan.
Now, there are a few who haven't voted. John James, Ken Buck, Victoria Spartz, Dave Joyce. Of those, two of them are at least leaning no, as far as the reporting suggests. That's Victoria Spartz and Ken Buck. So we may see as many as 20 defections for Jim Jordan, or as few as 16, but probably in the ballpark of 17 or 18. That's what I would presume right now. So they'll call those 4 members who haven't voted yet, and neither Jim Jordan nor Hakeem Jeffries will have sufficient votes to become Speaker. We're going to a second ballot, and that'll happen immediately. So now we might see some of those Republicans who needed cover, some of those Biden district Republicans or moderate Republicans who needed cover the first go-round, switch their votes to Jordan, or on the flip side, we may see more defections if it becomes clear that Jordan is not the guy. So a lot remains to be seen here. For those just tuning in, if you enjoy this live stream or my commentary, please subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It's the best way to support live streams like this and to support my work more broadly. Again, it doesn't cost you anything, but I would definitely appreciate it.
The House will come to order. The reading clerk will now call the names of the members who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Bilirakis.
I think this person's
Bilirakis.
absent from the House, so I wouldn't expect a vote from this person.
Buck. Emmer.
Wow, so that's another one. That's another one. I think next will be John James.
Cardenas. Jeffries. James. Cole.
Wow. Another one.
Mr. Joyce of Ohio.
Joyce of Ohio. Jordan. LaMalfa. McCarthy.
There's another one. And then I believe Dave Joyce. Have we already gotten to him? Yeah, we already did. Victoria Spartz.
Sparts. Massey.
Massey. Yikes. So that's, I believe, 20? Yeah, 20.
All right, so we have 212 to 200, and then we have 6 for McCarthy, we have 3 for Zeldin, we have 7 for Scalise, we have 1 for Mike Garcia, California, 1 for Amber, 1 for...
So that's 20 against Jim Jordan. Again, as I just mentioned, he will not have the adequate number of votes to become Speaker. Jeffries had all 212. For those asking why Jeffries didn't win, you need to still hit that threshold of 217 to become Speaker. So because there were no defections from the Republican side to Hakeem Jeffries, Jeffries won't win, but by that same token, neither will Jim Jordan. So again, this can go one of two ways. Either some of those soft no's will come around now that they've done their job, they've shown their districts that they're not going to be pressured by the right, by the far right flank of their party, even though of course they will. And so in maybe the second or third ballot, they'll come around and say, look, we have to put an end to this. Jim Jordan's given me assurances, blah, blah, blah. So that's one way it can go, where now that we've had, they've been able to do their thing in grandstand and be able to go back to their districts and say, no, of course I didn't capitulate to Jim Jordan right away. But the flip side is, if it becomes clear that Jim Jordan can't get it, then you'll see his numbers start to drop. And if Jim Jordan goes from 200 on the first ballot to like 195 to 185, then that's it. It's not going to happen for Jim Jordan, and you'll see Republicans probably start to call out Kevin McCarthy's name. So that's where we're at right now. We should immediately get into a second Speaker vote. This will happen pretty quickly here. So again, this should happen pretty quickly, where we'll have an answer here as to when the second Speaker vote is going to happen. But right now we have 20 Republicans who've come out against Jim Jordan. Again, that number is definitely going to change. So there are a few of those people who are currently running in Biden won districts. Don Bacon, D'Esposito, Lakota, Mike Lawler, all from Biden won districts. those are 4 people in Biden 1 districts out of the 20, but there's a reason why those people very likely can't vote for Jim Jordan, because they have to go back to their district who just voted for Joe Biden as president and have to justify this idea of voting for the most extreme member of Congress to be Speaker of the House. With that said, there were 4 there, but that means there's still 14 other Republicans who are currently sitting in Biden 1 districts who just cast their first round ballot for Jim Jordan. So, that's definitely going to be something that's used against people like Valadeo and Mike Garcia and Young Kim here in California, Michelle Steele. George Santos is also sitting in a Biden 1 district, although I don't know that any of his votes per se are going to be what hurts him in the end. I think he's got that covered unto himself. Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, Jen Kiggins from Virginia. Oh, sorry. No, Kiggins voted for McCarthy as well, so that's 5. 5 Republicans of the 18 voted against Jim Jordan. Still leaves a lot of those Republicans vulnerable to attacks in the general election by virtue of voting for, again, one of the most extreme members of Congress. Jim Jordan, just to give you an idea for those who don't know much about Jim Jordan, has been in the House for almost 2 decades. He's never passed a single piece of legislation. He has authored legislation, like, for example, a nationwide ban on abortion. He's also credibly accused of countless wrestlers for knowing about sexual abuse that was happening at the hands of a team doctor at OSU and yet opting to do nothing about it. And of course, he supports Donald Trump's entire insurrection effort and was involved in his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. So just a little bit about Jim Jordan there. I'm going to throw in the chat a poll right now for who you think will become Speaker. And keep in mind, I am including Hakeem Jeffries in the poll, but keep in mind there were no defections, not one, from the first round. So keep that in mind when you vote. But if you do earnestly think that Hakeem Jeffries has a chance, then vote for him. But right now, the options I'm including in the poll are Jim Jordan, Kevin McCarthy, and Hakeem Jeffries. If you want to vote in the poll, all you have to do is subscribe. It does not cost you anything. Just hit the subscribe button, go to the chat, and vote for who you think will be the next speaker. So while they're figuring out what to do next, I'm sure what's happening right now is that there is a lot of lobbying behind the scenes against those 20 Republicans who've opted to vote for somebody other than Jim Jordan. So again, I definitely think that number is going to change. Whether it changes in the direction of Jim Jordan or in the direction of someone else remains to be seen. But we are expected to see a second speaker vote any minute now. Again, for those just joining, what may certainly be a likely scenario here is either Jim Jordan can start to flip some of those holdouts, or if not, if people see that he's not a viable choice for speaker, then we may see some people flip their votes who had previously voted for Jim Jordan for someone else, very likely Kevin McCarthy. So there's a few options here. We can come out with no speaker, we can come out with Jim Jordan as speaker, and we can come out with Kevin McCarthy as speaker, and that's notwithstanding the possibility that somebody completely separate can become speaker. in terms of the number of votes that we can expect to see, I don't know. It depends. I don't think anybody knows right now how long this is going to go, how many votes it'll take. We are on to ballot number 2 here, and we've been here before. I mean, Kevin McCarthy, it took 15 ballots for him to become elected speaker. I think that Republicans probably have a vested interest in making sure that that does not happen again.
Word from the House clerk, the official count, but unofficially, Jim Jordan not near the votes needed to win the speakership. Live coverage continues on the House floor.
Come to order.
So they'll read the official tally and expect someone to stand up immediately and renominate Jim Jordan and Hakeem Jeffries and perhaps somebody else, but probably not.
In their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 200 votes. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212 votes. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 6 votes. Lee Zeldin of the state of New York has received 3. The Honorable Steve Scalise of the state of Louisiana has received 7. The Honorable Mike Garcia of the state of California has received 1. The Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1. The Honorable Tom Cole of the state of Oklahoma has received 1. The Honorable Thomas Massey of the state of Kentucky has received 1.
They're clapping.
No person
Look,
having received
look
a
how
majority of the
dysfunctional
whole
we are.
number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Wow, okay, so the House is in recess right now, so let's see if we can... Let's see if I can find anything that would suggest when we're going to see this resume. By the way, for anybody watching right now, if you want to stay on top of this whenever it resumes, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. I'll make sure that I'm live as soon as the speaker's vote is still pending. So again, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, definitely make sure to subscribe so that we can all stay on top of this until it's reached its conclusion, however quickly or not so quickly that might be. So let's see if I'm hearing anything. Give me one quick second. So right now, reporting from Punchbowl is that there are 5 to 6 alternates ready if Jim Jordan can't secure enough votes that he needs to become speaker. One of them is Homeland Security Committee Chair Mark Green. Your guess is as good as mine about that guy. I mean, the fact that they're just plucking people out of relative obscurity. I mean, he's a committee chair, so he's not nobody, but I've never heard of him. And the fact that they're, they have to defer to these people shows just how much dysfunction the Republican conference is in right now. So we have no indication at the present moment when the House will be back from recess. But as of right now, what we're looking at is just a waiting game. I do believe that we'll see something today, but I can't tell you one way or the other when we'll be back. But I can tell you that I'll be live streaming. So again, if you want to stay on top of anything that's happening right now until we finally do manage to secure a speaker, make sure to subscribe to this channel, and I'll continue live streaming for as long as it takes, which are words that I think I'll be eating at some point. If anybody has questions right now, by the way, you can throw them in the chat. Actually, let me see if we have any.
Against Jim Jordan. And it obviously didn't work. Everyone last night, as people were switching their votes to Jordan, was the old adage of the moderates always cave is what most people thought on Capitol Hill, because moderates usually do cave and vote with the party for the better of the party. And this time, a lot of them did not. And so that really surprised a lot of people. And Jim Jordan is now trying to figure out what to do next.
Leanne, let's talk about that pressure campaign you were speaking of. You know, there's inducements, there's trying to convince people, win them over, and then there's threats and like the arm twisting, the cudgel. Talk to us about the tactics that Jordan and his allies are using.
And so one moderate lawmaker told me that Sean Hannity called him directly to try to pressure him to vote for Jim Jordan. There are concerns about primary challenges to some of these moderate lawmakers, that they would get challenges from the right. There's also the threat of Donald Trump as well. Some people have alluded to the fact that Jordan has said, well, Donald Trump can be on your side or not. You know, Trump hasn't gotten directly involved in the race, but he and Jordan are extremely close. And then there was the very normal, old school pressure campaign where interest groups ask their supporters to call congressional offices. And so I was hearing from chiefs of staff and others that their offices were getting a deluge of calls from people asking them to vote for Jim Jordan. And so it just kind of ran the gamut. It sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't. And people thought that it would work, even though this is not something that most people would advise. And it looks like it didn't.
Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much for reporting for us live. A couple of other moments. She mentioned that when Kay Granger went for someone who was not Jim Jordan, that was an audible moment of reaction. Another one was most of the room, if not the entire room, stood and clapped and cheered at one moment. And that was because Congresswoman Mary Peltola cast a vote. The only congressperson for all of Alaska, the congressperson at large, her husband was killed in an airplane accident recently, and she's back from Alaska here in Washington, D.C., casting this vote. Democrats got everyone here. What other moments stood out to you in terms of reaction, cheering, just the mood of that chamber today?
Yeah, I mean, that was a feel-good bipartisan moment. There were a lot of quite partisan moments.
Okay. So again, we're waiting for any new news here. If anybody has questions, you can throw them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them as we await some news, some movement on the House coming back from its recess. Did some Republicans defect to Democrats? No, there were no Republicans who defected to Democrats. There were 20 Republicans who voted for other Republicans that weren't Jim Jordan, but so far we've seen no Republicans defect to Democrats. I wouldn't expect any Republicans to do so. So, okay, I'll keep answering questions here. Someone asked what Maxine Waters had said. Maxine Waters, I think, came out and said, I will not vote for an insurrectionist. I'll vote for Hakeem Jeffries. And so that obviously elicited a lot of boos from the Republican side. But, you know, here's the thing. If you don't want to be called an insurrectionist, don't sympathize with insurrectionists. Okay. How did Scalise vote? Scalise voted for Jim Jordan. How moderate is Jeffries? Could Dems work with moderate Republicans to pick another Democrat that the moderate Republicans would vote for? No, there's no moderate Republicans, at least not as of right now, who would consider even voting for any Democrat. It doesn't even look like there's a moderate Republican who would vote for a moderate Republican. So I think the likelihood that they'll defect to the other side of the aisle is quite slim. Is it possible all this chaos in the House is just to make Senate Republicans look good despite not actually being any better? No, I don't think that the House is looking to do... I don't think they're playing any 4D chess right now. I think this is just checkers, and they can't even figure out how to manage that. Is it more likely that McHenry gets the spot permanently or they change the rules to plurality? It's unlikely both of those things happen. Patrick McHenry right now is the Speaker pro tempore. The Speaker pro tempore was a position that was created in the aftermath of 9/11 solely to facilitate the election of another speaker. So he doesn't have any power that he would need to actually do any business in the House. If they want to nominate him as speaker, they can, but as a pro tempore, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to actually do anything. Is it possible for Jeffries to win if Republicans vote present? Yes. If Republicans do bring the threshold down by voting present, then each lawmaker who votes present brings that threshold down another point. So, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries could win, but those Republicans would know that they're doing that, and so they would effectively be one step removed from voting for Jeffries himself. So it's unlikely that they'll do that, knowing full well that doing so is de facto vote for Hakeem Jeffries. What triggers a new vote and when? So this recess is up to the chair. So when they call another vote, I'm sure what's happening right now is that Jim Jordan is doing his lobbying behind the scenes, and when they feel like they have what they need to come back for a second vote, they'll do that. But right now they know the people that they have to start pressuring. There are 20 Republicans who didn't vote for Jim Jordan, and so they're figuring out, A, if they can get that support for Jim Jordan, and B, if there's not support for Jim Jordan, who's going to be an alternative? Because you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. It's the definition of insanity, right? For McCarthy to win, wouldn't one of the Republicans who voted to oust him have to change their mind? Yes, exactly. I mean, if McCarthy's name is floated, he still does have to exceed that 217 or reach that 217 vote threshold, which means just like Jim Jordan, Kevin McCarthy could afford to lose 4 Republicans. Remember, there were more than 4 Republicans. I believe there were 8 Republicans who voted to oust him. So he would need to claw back the support of 4 people. Maybe the shame of what Republicans are dealing with right now would be enough to flip a few of those Republicans and reinstall Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. I don't know. I wouldn't exactly bank on Republicans feeling shame about any of this. But yeah, Kevin McCarthy would have to reach that same threshold that Jim Jordan does. And for both of them, it seems like a high bar for them to have to cross. Why couldn't they ask Arnold Schwarzenegger to become the Speaker? They could. It's just a matter of them probably not wanting to give up power to somebody outside of their conference. And also Arnold Schwarzenegger is probably way too liberal on issues that Republicans in the House today care about, like redistricting, for one. A lot of these Republicans are in the House just by virtue of the fact that their own state's maps were gerrymandered. A number of those maps have since undergone lawsuits where the Republicans have lost, and we're looking at flipped seats. We're looking at one flipped seat in Louisiana because of a black opportunity district, another one in Louisiana because of a black opportunity district, at least one in Georgia. We could be looking at 3 to 5 in Texas, looking at one in Utah, one in South Carolina, one in Florida, and then of course New York's maps are going to be completely redrawn. So that could be 4 to 6 seats. So just on illegal or unconstitutional maps alone, we're looking at as many as a dozen seats that will likely be flipped as we head into 2024. It's the Republican House majority is very much in jeopardy. What's going to be tough for Democrats is to see what happens in the Senate, because Democrats are defending a lot of red seats. I mean, they're defending seats in Montana, in West Virginia with Joe Manchin, in Ohio with Sherrod Brown, in Pennsylvania. I think like our only offensive opportunities in Arizona, by the way, our only offensive opportunities are like Florida and Texas to show you how bad of a map it is. I mean, for Democrats to have to try to flip a Senate seat in Texas or Florida is a pretty rough road. So it is a tough Senate map, but the House map, just on those unconstitutional seats, and then add in the fact that we currently have 18 Republicans who are sitting in Biden-won districts, we could see a flip of 30 seats in the House if everything, goes according to expectation. Okay, there are a lot of questions that I'm going to try to get to. By the way, for anybody watching right now, if you're not subscribed and you enjoy this coverage, please subscribe to this channel. It's the best way to support what I do, and I would definitely appreciate it. It's also a great way to stay on top of this speaker election. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how many days it's going to take, but I will be live streaming. So long as there isn't a speaker chosen, I'll continue to live stream. So make sure to subscribe so that you can stay on top of everything as soon as it happens. Is there a maximum amount of rounds of voting? No, there is not. This thing could go from here till the end of time. Well, at least until the next election. Is not entering a vote the same as voting present? Basically, because it just lowers the threshold. Is it possible for a Matt Gaetz nomination? Sure. I mean, it's possible that anybody can be nominated. Again, you don't even have to be in the House to be nominated for Speaker. There were people in previous rounds who nominated Donald Trump or voted for Donald Trump. Although something tells me he's probably a little busy to deal with House business, considering I believe right now he's sitting in a courtroom in New York. What will it take to lower the threshold to 200? Well, that would take a lot of people voting present. Quite a few. It would take, I guess, 17 people voting present is what it would take. How likely is it for Democrats to retake the House next year? I think quite likely. I think that, in terms of bets go, it's highly likely. Again, for the same reasons I just outlined a couple of minutes ago. We're looking at as many as 12 seats, maybe more. I mean, it could be as many as 6 seats flipped to the Democrats in New York. It could be, so that's 6. I can actually tally this up right now. So New York could be as many as 6 seats. Louisiana can be a seat. Alabama can be a seat. Georgia, another seat. Utah, we can see a seat. South Carolina, we can see a seat. Florida's 5th congressional district, we can see a seat. Texas can be as many as 5, although that lawsuit likely won't be completed in time for the 2024 election. But let's just add it just in case. That puts us at 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That can be as many as 17 seats just from unconstitutional maps. That's not the conservative version. That's best case scenario for Democrats. The conservative version for Democrats is that New York could be 4, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida. So we can be looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could be looking at 9. So again, somewhere in the ballpark of 9 to 17 seats could be up for grabs for Democrats just on illegal maps. And then, of course, you add in the fact that a number of Republicans, 18 Republicans, are currently sitting in Biden-won districts. That bodes well for Democrats, at least as far as the House is concerned. Could Jon Tester and Sherrod Brown win next year? Absolutely. I mean, there are some people who are more popular than the lean of their states. Sherrod Brown, obviously serving in the Senate in Ohio, which is not a good state for Democrats. Jon Tester, even worse so for Democrats, and yet these people continue to get elected. So it's certainly possible, although these are definitely uphill climbs, especially in an era of such high polarization that we see right now. Is there a possibility for a coalition government? There's a possibility, but again, it's unlikely. It's unlikely that any Republicans are going to enter into any agreement with the Democrats. Can votes be revoted for Jeffries, or is it too late? I mean, it's not too late. I mean, it's too late for this ballot, but it's not too late for Republicans to come around in the second ballot and vote for Hakeem Jeffries if they want to. Again, it's highly unlikely that that's going to happen, but it's still possible. What could we expect from either Jordan or Jeffries, respectively, if either wins? Well, if Jordan wins, we'll probably see no legislation move forward other than just extreme legislation that'll just be stalled as soon as it reaches the Senate, like a nationwide ban on abortion. And we'll see investigations into Hunter Biden. We'll probably see some type of increased activity in the impeachment inquiry, which was a disaster the first go-around. With Jeffries, we'll see legislation move forward. Well, there's a number of bills that I'm sure that they'll put forward that could probably get the support of just a few Republicans that they would need. But again, the likelihood of a Jeffries speakership is probably slim to none at this point. So I wouldn't really bank on a Jeffries victory here. So for those just joining right now, we are one ballot down. Jim Jordan lost. He lost 20 Republicans. He could afford to lose 4. And Hakeem Jeffries held on to the support of every single member of the Democratic caucus, so he had 212 votes. It still wasn't enough to put him over the threshold of 217 that he needed to become Speaker. So right now what's happening is the House is in recess. I'm sure the Jim Jordan faction is lobbying a number of those 20 defections to bring them onto Jim Jordan's camp. At the same time, they're probably floating alternatives in case it becomes clear that Jim Jordan can't secure as many votes as he would need to become Speaker. So we could see something like another round go by where Jim Jordan does chip away at some of those defections and maybe gets a little bit more support and he gets closer and closer to that 217 point. On the flip side, we could also see a situation where Jim Jordan is losing votes and then it becomes clear that Republicans might need somebody else, somebody like Kevin McCarthy or somebody who we don't even know about right now, who could maybe get the support of the 217 necessary. Or we just sit here forever and that's it. And we just wait and the House just remains steeped in dysfunction. So voting present means not voting for anybody at all. It lowers the threshold. So right now, the threshold to become Speaker is that you have to get 217 votes. Every time somebody votes present, it lowers that threshold another point. So if you want to make it easier for somebody else to become Speaker without reaching that 217 threshold, then you would just vote present. Of course, the danger here is that if a few Republicans vote present to make it easier for Jim Jordan, for example, to become Speaker, if they get down to a point where Hakeem Jeffries can get it at 212 votes, then they've basically just handed Hakeem Jeffries the speakership. So it's a little bit of a dangerous game that they would be playing if they just voted present. All right, let's see what they're reporting here from C-SPAN.
Can't elect a speaker. So sure, they might be able to meet behind closed doors and again air those grievances, but it's still unclear if Jordan can try and whittle down that list of 20 to 16 who can flip. And there are some Republicans who have said, though they will vote for Jordan in the first ballot, which we just saw, they're likely going to vote against him in second ballot. And the longer we go, he's going to lose support. So it's pretty tricky right now what Jordan does next. I'm sure he's just trying to gauge that to support to make that decision.
Mariana, what's the role right now of Steve Scalise and Kevin McCarthy, the man who was last Speaker of the House and the man who was in leadership, has been in leadership for quite a while, and was picked by Republicans to go ahead and be the next Speaker, and yet it all collapsed on Steve Scalise. What are McCarthy and Scalise doing right now?
Yeah, you know, it's been really interesting to just see how both of them, the roles that they have been playing, because all of them have actually been in Congress together and in leadership, or as we know, Jordan was kind of a thorn to leadership for a long time. So they've been interconnected in many ways. McCarthy and Jordan famously were were enemies, frankly. And over the years, McCarthy has actually taken in Jordan, as we have seen with the Freedom Caucus, as to make sure that, you know, one day he could be speaker, to have those kinds of people on his side. So McCarthy, though he is playing and very much kind of stepped back role, he is helping Jordan and advising him because they are now very close friends. When it comes to Scalise, it was interesting to see how Republicans stood up and clapped for him on the House floor because he did vote for Jordan. And that was something that really irritated a number of Republicans, particularly Scalise allies. They were really upset that Jordan did not give the same deference to Scalise behind closed doors and just concede when he lost last week. And because of that, a number of Jordan allies made very clear to Scalise that he was just never going to get the necessary votes. And you saw Scalise step back for that reason. He has not been playing a role in trying to help Jordan. And as we saw, a couple of Republicans voted for Scalise because they're still with their guy and they do not want to hand over their votes to Jordan.
Mariana, have Kevin McCarthy and Scalise released those votes? I mean, even after McCarthy was booted out, and it's almost like he was like flirting again with possibly getting nominated again for Speaker. There have been a handful of members who've just said, my Speaker's Kevin McCarthy, my Speaker's Kevin McCarthy. What is their role in power in saying, look, support somebody else now, I'm out?
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, McCarthy has made clear, do not support me. And we still saw people supporting him. And something that I have been privately hearing from a number of Republicans who are McCarthy allies, they think the longer that this goes, they can actually, in conference, in their closed door meetings, actually condemn the speaker vote, which essentially makes it null and void. Again, not the full House rules, but this is something that Republicans themselves can do amongst their own. And then they can renominate McCarthy in conference. There are people holding out hope that that actually ends up happening here. But McCarthy, or literally insert any Republican's name here, they face the 217 vote problem. McCarthy is not going to get 217 Republican votes if we get to this kind of scenario that some Republicans have mentioned they would like to see, him kind of resurrected and coming back. But as of right now, we just don't know. For example, if Jordan were to step back, I'm sure there's a number of Republicans who would try and run for speaker, but we don't know who would actually be able to get the 217 votes. And bad blood has been running here a lot in the last couple of weeks. We've been seeing it more publicly. And I'm sure Jordan allies, if he does step back, I don't know if Jordan's even going to release those votes, for example, to help whoever may be the next speaker designate.
Such an important point. Mariana, one last question for you so you can leave that little phone type booth you're in. A phone booth is something we used to use if you're like 20 years old or younger watching this show. But Mariana, so you can get out of there and keep filing stories. I just want to ask you about Patrick McHenry as you talk about who might be floated next. What is the effort or what is the conversation like to maybe give him more power and just sort of keep the status quo for right now and have the Speaker pro tem be more powerful?
Yeah, there are many Republicans, including some in that list of 20, who would like to empower McHenry. As we know, this is the first time in history we've ever had a speaker pro tempore. And he is that person in that chair right now. He does not want to be speaker. But a lot of Republicans and a couple of Democrats say, well, you know what? He isn't like this hardline flamethrower kind of guy. We are looking at options to empowering him. However, to put anything on the floor for a vote, you need a speaker. And there's a lot of concern, I would even say, among those who do want to help McHenry here, that there is no precedent for this. And, you know, is it even constitutionally possible to give McHenry more powers? There's a lot of these questions swirling because, again, we are in completely uncharted territory, and a lot of people they already know that, you know, if this were to happen again years from now, centuries from now, they're going to be looking back at this moment. And a lot of Republicans and some Democrats want to make sure that they set the precedent correctly. So it's kind of unclear whether that move to empower McHenry can happen right now.
Mariana Sotomayor, thank you so much for your reporting and for talking with us. We'll move across the Capitol complex now to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, we really don't have a clear path forward. So what will you be watching in the next minutes or potentially hours for signs or clues that Jordan's either shoring up his support or losing it?
Well, one of the ways you can try to find out or gauge what's going on is talking to members in the hallway. So when those opportunities come up, we'll be here trying to hear what they have to say. I will say, if history is any indicator, these things don't get any easier. When I was covering the former Speaker McCarthy vote, it went into days, and oftentimes you might have somebody flip who did vote for Jordan this time around, but some time passed, and you now have them voting for someone else. So this is a really fraught situation right now. I think we're all just learning in real time what's going on. So I'll be listening out for what members in hallways are saying. I know that they are meeting now in small groups and maybe larger groups later on. But also look at how long this recess lasts. And this is something that I mentioned earlier. If this recess lasts a while, that tells you that they are not confident to bring this back up today. They could also adjourn for the day and try to do some things overnight to convince people to get behind one candidate. But overall, I just want to highlight, just from my own reporter observation from seeing this play out back in January, it oftentimes does not get any easier for the candidate and for the caucus.
Rhonda, if you're a Democrat right now, what are you doing?
Well, there's two sides of that, because one, they do, from what I'm hearing, they do want to get to work. It just doesn't look like a functioning body, even though this is because of one party. It doesn't look functioning for them either, that they can't really do anything until there is a speaker. But also, we have seen them since that January vote be very unified, and this situation with the House GOP has somewhat galvanized the Democratic members of the House. So, they may be seeing this as a politically advantageous thing where they can say, look, we're the party that wants to get to work while these guys are still meeting about a speaker. But overall, they too are in gridlock because they can't do anything without a speaker.
James, our colleague Jackie Alamany is saying, look, at this point, lawmakers are returning to their offices. Obviously, Rhonda will be catching them in the halls if they go to do TV hits nearby. And the big question is whether they'll go into conference or return to the floor for that second ballot that Rhonda's saying could happen. But Jackie's reporting that option of a second ballot in the short term seems unlikely right now, because some of those who were on the fence are not pleased by what they are calling Jim Jordan's hardball tactics, and some of his opponents are entrenched. Where does that leave the Republicans?
It seems like there's a debate right now about whether to go into conference, to have another meeting. We heard Mariana saying, these meetings have felt like therapy sessions or Festivus. That's absolutely right. There's a lot of kind of like, we have to go to another one of these family meetings is what they call them. The Jordan team doesn't want to do that. They would rather this play out on the floor. They think that they win an outside game more easily than they win an inside game. They're afraid that if they go into a conference meeting situation, you're going to have people standing up and saying, let's do Kevin McCarthy. Let's all get behind Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise or someone else. And Jordan would rather grind down the winnable opponents. We know that some of the 20 no votes will be with Jordan on a second vote. What Jordan cannot have happen is for his level of support to decline, because that's when the floodgates sort of open. That's when the floor really drops out. If in a second ballot, Jim Jordan gets 195 votes, then
instead of 200,
on the third ballot, it'll be even less. But you have someone like Doug LaMalfa, a Republican from California, close ally of McCarthy, who is just telling reporters that he voted for McCarthy over Jordan as a gesture of respect for McCarthy, but that he's going to be with Jordan on the second ballot. So there are, the House is weird. These are human beings. They're people with weird personalities. It's like high school. It's like student council.
Weird is your word, not mine.
Exactly.
Individual and unique personalities.
Right, exactly.
Yes, just like America.
So
yes.
Jordan will know. Jordan's team is going to have a sense of, okay, are we at 205, 208? They're going to have a member who they have, Gus Billerkrakis from Florida, who's going to be back later, even if they don't have a vote today. But Jordan clearly doesn't want to rush a second vote on the floor if there's not going to be any movement. This isn't like Kevin McCarthy, where it was like, let's grind them into submission. But if 5 Republicans are saying there's no circumstance, no matter what, where I will vote for Kevin McCarthy, for Jim Jordan. Thank you.
You're doing the same thing that I am.
Yeah. If you have people, which they're not doing right now, but if you have people come out and say there's no circumstance where I will vote for Jim Jordan ever, then he has no path to 217. Right now, they're sort of keeping the door open. They're saying they're resistant, but if once 5 people, then you go back to the drawing board.
Rhonda, let's talk about who is pressuring these members. We haven't talked that much about Donald Trump. What do you see as his role right now?
Well, from the start, when Scalise and Jordan announced that they wanted to be the candidates to fill the speakership, Trump right away endorsed Jordan. We know the two are close. We know Jordan says that he talks to the former president a lot throughout the day. And that has been something that some members have raised as a concern for them. But also, I noticed last week when Scalise it seemed that he had firmed up the votes he needed to be successful, and the GOP caucus had announced that he won those closed-door meeting votes. There was a little bit of shift in tone. It could have been indirectly from Trump. What I had heard from some Republicans early on in the week who were supporting Jordan or others, they were saying that Scalise had some health issues, that they didn't want to support him because of that. And then we also heard Donald Trump say that on a radio show last week, and I heard more GOP members point to that again and saying, well, Scalise has health issues. We don't know if he's up for the job. It seemed to be a shift on the day that Trump did speak out about Scalise's health issues. So did that have an impact? Not sure, but the timing was very interesting to watch. Last time when former Speaker McCarthy was up for a vote, we do know in those final rounds that Trump did make calls to some of the Republican lawmakers and sort of shifted things. So there is an indirect influence that the former president has. We'll see if he's a part of some of these aggressive tactics that we've been reporting that Jordan has been using, although we know that the former president is also currently tied up in some legal cases right now, which there have been some news on that this week. So we'll see, but it does seem that there is a little bit of an overshadowing by Donald Trump in this as well.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much for all your reporting on Capitol Hill. Thanks to James Homan and all of our colleagues who are filing so many dispatches, and as well as joining us today. We're going to keep focused on what's happening. We're taking a break for our broadcast right now, though. Republicans are in conversations. They're hopefully having some lunch. They're trying to figure out what their next moves are. The big headline of today from Capitol Hill, Jim Jordan of Ohio has fallen short in his first attempt to become Speaker of the House. Let's do the numbers real quick for you. He got 200 votes from his Republican colleagues. He needed to get 217. 20 Republicans voted for someone else. And so right now, his team will be whipping behind the scenes, trying to figure out how they can move the needle closer to him. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay connected to the Washington Post as we bring you more. The story will keep developing. Thanks.
Okay. So again, right now, we are just waiting for the House to come back into session. We haven't had any update other than just a few people, obviously behind the scenes. What we can expect is one of two things. Either people start to recognize if we go 2-3 ballots and Jim Jordan still doesn't have the support, what you can expect to see is some defections, because then it'll become clear that it's only going in the wrong direction, that Jim Jordan just simply does not have the support from his own conference to actually get there. We'll also see some of those people who voted no the first go around switch their votes in Jim Jordan's favor. Maybe they had to come forward and at least give themselves some plausible deniability and say, look, maybe I'm representing a Biden 1 district. Look, I didn't vote for Jim Jordan the first go around, but eventually it became necessary to, because otherwise we wouldn't have had a speaker. And having Jim Jordan as speaker is better than having nobody at all as speaker. So some of those people who had voted against Jim Jordan the first go around will expectedly vote in his favor the second go around. But again, if it becomes clear that Jim Jordan simply does not have the support of enough people, of 217 people, then they'll start looking for defections, because the optics of this continued dysfunction in the House, in the Republican-led House, is just not worth digging in your heels and voting ad nauseum for somebody who simply isn't winning. So It remains to be seen what's going to happen here. What's clear is that right now Jim Jordan's team is whipping votes behind the scenes and trying to figure out how they can bring some of those defectors back into the fold. And that's going to be a heavy lift because there were a lot more than were expected. I mean, even prior to this first vote, I was expecting somewhere in the ballpark of 5 to 13, and there ended up being 17. So there's a steep climb for Jim Jordan to be able to claw back some of these votes here. With that said, I'll continue my coverage. For anybody watching, if you want to stay on top of everything that we're talking about here and these votes for speaker, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It does not cost you anything, but it's the best way to support what I do, to support these live streams. And I'll continue to host them so long as we are sitting here waiting for a speaker. In the meantime, if you want to throw any questions in the chat, I'm happy to answer them. Would the eventual speaker still be subject to the House rules that allow a single representative to bring a motion to vacate, like what happened to McCarthy? Until they change the rules, then yes, those are the rules of the House. So right now we're just waiting to see who the next speaker becomes and whether that new speaker will have, maybe they'll create some type of a deal where, okay, if they're going to elect whatever person, they'll change that rule so that there isn't this perpetual threat of one single person stepping up and vacating the chair. So I presume that there will be a rules change, but again, that's something the House is going to have to vote on. Do you think that House Democrats are putting together a coalition to show support for a moderate Republican? No. I think that Democrats are showing that they are going to be unified in every single vote for Hakeem Jeffries. It is not the Democrats' responsibility to save Republicans from themselves. If Republicans cannot, with their own majority, elect a speaker, that's on Republicans. It is not the Democrats' responsibility to swoop in and save the Republicans. They've got the majority. They have to figure out how to govern. If they can't, then that's a good thing for the American people to see because, it's an argument against electing them the next time around. Since people are absent, does that mean the threshold is lower? Yes, every single person who's absent lowers that threshold another point. So the threshold would normally be 218 votes. Because there is one Republican who's absent, that threshold is now 217. And the more people who are absent, the lower that threshold becomes. Could Jeffries get 5 Republicans? Unlikely. It looks like Republicans don't know who they're going to choose among their own party, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a Democrat. What do I think will happen? Man, that's a good question. I'm usually wrong when it comes to predictions, but if I had to guess, I'm going to just throw one at a left field here. I think that there is a possibility that Kevin McCarthy could become speaker again, but I don't know. Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. This is all just pandemonium right now. Do I think it's possible that they don't come together and we replay this nomination process out until the next election? I mean, yeah, it's possible. And right now, it's not looking like we have consensus on anybody. So this could just keep going on and on and on. I think it's probably unlikely that happens. I think they'll eventually settle for somebody because, again, the optics of a Republican conference with their majority just unable to accomplish the most basic tasks of government, it doesn't really redound to their benefit. So I think they have every interest in making sure that they can at least land on somebody because this does not help their cause in any way. I mean, these people are all getting paid over $100,000 a year, and they can't even do the most basic, simple task of government with their majority. Can Arnold Schwarzenegger be allowed constitutionally to be speaker. He wouldn't qualify to be president since he was not a natural born citizen. That's correct. He wouldn't qualify to be president, but I believe he would constitutionally be allowed to be speaker. I don't know that there are any prohibitions on who the House could choose as speaker, but he was elected governor. I don't know that the conditions are any more difficult. I know that there's foreign-born lawmakers in the House, so I don't think it would be a problem that if Arnold Schwarzenegger was actually floated as a viable candidate. Again, I don't think he will be. I can just about say that I'm sure he won't be, but I think he would be allowed to be. How high do I judge the chance of someone from outside the House becoming speaker? I don't think there's a very good chance that someone outside of the House would become speaker. I mean, again, it's allowed, but very unlikely that they would choose someone who's not currently in the House, because that would be kind of relegating their power to somebody who's not even an elected official. I think that the number one goal among these Republicans is to retain all of this power unto themselves. We only push back government funding a month. What happens if they don't elect a speaker by then? Yeah, I mean, if they don't elect a speaker by then, the government would default on its debt. No one is allowed to, I mean, look, I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. I think they'll figure something out. They'll pass some type of rules change, even if they don't have a speaker, or they'll come together and elect a speaker. But yeah, if they didn't have a speaker chosen in time, then government funding would run out. Patrick McHenry is the speaker pro tempore. He can't pass legislation. All he's empowered to do is facilitate the election of another speaker, and that's it. But he can't pass legislation. Maybe they'll try to empower him with some ability to be able to pass legislation or pass a budget. I'm not sure. Right now, that power doesn't exist. So who knows what'll happen moving forward? But yeah, as of right now, the speaker pro tempore, which was a relatively newly created position, only has one job, and that's to facilitate the election of a new speaker, which they're trying to do, but it's not going too well for them. Isn't it in Democrats' best interest to work with a moderate Republican? Because that's good for bipartisanship, which is good for getting things done for a change. I mean, it's politics, so I think that there's nothing to be said for the fact that, right now, by sitting down and just remaining unified behind Hakeem Jeffries, Democrats are letting Republicans show the world how they govern when they have a majority. I don't think it's the Democrats' responsibility to swoop in and save Republicans from themselves. Republicans ran in their districts. They were elected the majority in the House. If they can't do the most basic tasks when it comes to governing, then that's something that people should know. But no, it's not on the Democrats to swoop in and save them. It's on Republicans to grow up, figure out how to be adults, and to govern. And if they can't do the very first thing, which is just electing a speaker so that they can then move forward with any semblance of an agenda that they have, then that's on them. It's not on the Democrats. The Democrats don't need to be the adults in the room if Republicans have the House majority. But it's important that people see what Republicans actually do with the House majority, which thus far ain't much. Maybe we don't need a Speaker of the House, just vote on legislation to bring a vote. The only person who would be able to bring that legislation up for a vote is the Speaker. Right now, you can't vote on anything. You can't move any business of the House forward without a Speaker. What happens to Jim Jordan's chairmanship on judiciary if he's elected speaker? He would no longer serve as the chair of judiciary, and another Republican would step up. I don't know who would take his place, but another Republican would step up as the chair of that committee. Did I see McCarthy just blame Democrats again? Yes, McCarthy is in the hallway right now of Congress blaming the Democrats because he said every single Democrat joined with just a few Republicans to create this chaos. Again, it is not the Democrats' responsibility to vote for a Republican for Speaker. Republicans have the majority. Use it. Figure out how to grow up, unite your conference, and select a speaker from within your own party. It is not the Democrats' responsibility, nor has it ever been the Democrats' responsibility, nor has any opposing party ever voted for the opposite party speaker to figure out how to help the majority party govern. It is not the Democrats' responsibility to do that. Kevin McCarthy can blame the Democrats all day long, but the fact is, he had no control over his conference. He is the reason, and his poor leadership is the reason that we're in this situation right now. Democrats are not responsible for the fact that Republicans can't figure out how to get their stuff together. Do I think this mess will discourage Republican voter turnout? Probably not. I think most people aren't paying attention to politics right now. And I don't know, given like the polarization in politics today, that someone's going to be like, this was my final straw. I mean, maybe a few people, but to be honest, I think only people who are very much interested in politics, interested in what's going on, are the ones watching right now. And those people are generally not low information independent voters. It's a lot of people who very much focus on politics throughout the year, even in off-year cycles, which is what we're in right now. We're in an off-year, even though we're in the 2024 cycle, and I don't think it's going to have that big of an impact. I see we've reached the point in the chat where people are discussing the possibility of Garth Brooks becoming speaker. So if you needed an indication as to how bad things are on the right, the fact that people are suggesting Garth Brooks might be a viable alternative goes to show just how unlikely it is that Jim Jordan and Kevin McCarthy are going to figure their stuff out. The president cannot direct Congress to convene by constitution without speaker. That's the question that I got. No, I mean, there are separation of powers. The president can't tell Congress what to do at all. And Congress can't do anything without electing a speaker first. And right now, they can't elect a speaker. So we're at a complete standstill. Andrew just asked, I heard that voting present reduces the overall requirement similar to absentees. Do you think this is likely? I don't think it's likely. Again, for anybody wondering, if you vote present, that reduces the threshold that you'll need to eventually become speaker. So right now, there's one lawmaker who's absent, and that brought the threshold down from 218 to 217. The more people who vote present, or the more people who are absent, that threshold will continue to come down. I don't think that's likely, because if that threshold comes down to 212 and Jim Jordan or Kevin McCarthy or any Republican doesn't have above that, then you're effectively handing the speaker's gavel to Hakeem Jeffries, because he'll have 212 every time. What would happen if the U.S. defaults? Well, the government would shut down. Government employees wouldn't get paid, so that's hundreds of thousands of people. The U.S.'s credit would be severely impacted and downgraded, and probably, everybody's 401ks, everyone's stock portfolios would also take a hit. I mean, it would be catastrophic, I think we could say. Again, highly unlikely that'll happen, but it is a possibility if eventually they don't figure out how to get Congress moving. Why are there 2 vacant seats? Who's missing from the vote? There is a Republican, I don't remember her name, who's missing. In terms of 2 vacant seats, yes, there are 2 vacant seats. There are 2 vacancies in the House. I don't remember why there are 2 vacancies. the average age for Congress is quite old. So oftentimes people pass away or get sick. But right now there are 2 vacancies, and so that brings the overall number from 435 to 433. Someone suggested that I become Speaker not in 1 million years. Would Democrats ever collectively vote for a moderate Republican? No. Democrats are going to be unified behind Hakeem Jeffries. Again, it's not up to the Democrats to save Republicans from themselves. Republicans have a majority. Figure out how to govern with it. By the way, for anybody watching, I'll take a quick second for a shameless plug. For anybody watching, if you enjoy this mid-show coverage or whatever it is, or these live streams in general, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It does not cost you anything. It's the best way to support my work. It's the best way to support these live streams. And aside from these live streams, I also have an interview series where I've interviewed everyone from AOC just a couple of weeks ago to President Biden. I do a video podcast once a week. I have a series called The Legal Breakdown with Glenn Kirshner, where we cover every bit of legal news that comes out, most recently related to Donald Trump's prosecutions across 4 different jurisdictions. I have a show called Democracy Watch with the top voting rights attorney in the country, Mark Elias, to discuss everything that's going on with new maps and gerrymanders and redistricting, and of course these live streams like this. So if you're not yet subscribed, please subscribe to this channel. Again, that's the best way to support what I do and to stay on top of this stuff like we're doing now. Let me check now if we have any news as to when they might come back. So we have news from CNN's Manu Raju. There will be another vote today. There will be another vote. So if you're in line, stay in line. Jim Jordan's spokesperson just came out and said, quote, "The House needs a speaker as soon as possible. Expect another round of votes today. It's time for Republicans to come together." Nancy Pelosi came out in response to what we're seeing right now from House Republicans and said, quote, "I think they're taking lessons in mathematics and learning how to count." And of course, Pelosi was definitely well known for never missing a vote and always having the votes. If anybody can lob that claim at Republicans, it is Nancy Pelosi. Jim Jordan has come out and said that it was a good start. That was his official statement. A good start. He lost 20 votes, which was definitely more than most people assumed he would lose. So I don't know that I would consider that a good start per se, but it was a start. It was something. But we will have a second vote today, and it remains to be seen. All it would take is even 21 no's for all of a sudden the air to be completely let out of Jim Jordan's tires. He needs to be going in the direction of consolidating more support. If it looks like he's losing any support, then then it becomes very unlikely that Jim Jordan can stay in the race to become Speaker. Although, for those joining, what I expect to happen, to be perfectly honest, what I expect to happen is that a number of those Republican holdouts, of those 20 Republican holdouts, will come together and say, look, we did what we had to do to prove to our, maybe more moderate district that we're not in the can for Jim Jordan, but we eventually do have to come forward and elect a speaker from our conference. And so, I voted against him the first round to show my independence, but eventually I'm going to, whether it's the second or third round, going to come forward and vote for Jim Jordan. So I would expect for a number of those Republicans who already voted against him in the first round to then, put down their opposition to Jim Jordan when it comes to the second round. So I do think he'll come closer. If he does, then look for subsequent rounds where he just keeps chipping away at those defectors, because eventually the pressure is going to mount on them more and more. All right, I think what I'm going to do for a moment is just go full on the recess screen. I haven't eaten yet today, so I've been prepping this live stream since about 7 o'clock in the morning East Coast. 7 o'clock in the morning West Coast time, and that was 5 hours ago. So I think I should probably consume just a little bit of food and water here. So I'm going to go full screen on the recess screen. Again, please feel free to leave this live stream running, because we are going to have a second vote today. That's according to Jim Jordan's spokesperson. If for any reason you need to X out of it, just make sure to subscribe to this channel, because I'll be covering this speaker vote for as long as it takes. So definitely make sure to subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. And I'll be back momentarily. Thanks, everybody. Okay, I'm back. I think one thing I didn't take into account here when I was doing a live stream for the speaker vote was that there would be a lot of Republican dysfunction and I probably wouldn't be able to eat. So I appreciate you guys waiting, and so now we're back. We still don't have any indication as to when this vote will recommence, like when the House will come back into session here. But we're on recess and we're waiting for any movement from Republicans for a second vote. We have heard from Jim Jordan's spokesperson that there would be a vote today. So at this point, we are waiting to find out what's going to be, when that's going to be, like what time that'll happen here. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can throw your questions in the chat and I will do my best to answer them. And thank you, by the way, to Benny Loco for moderating the chat, and to those who've donated in the chat as well. I really, really appreciate it. And for those who haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please consider subscribing. That is a great way to support what I do, to support these live streams. And I'll slog through this thing until the bitter end here. And again, these are going to be words that I absolutely will eat, but I've started, so might as well see it through. Can a temporary speaker dismiss a vote? So there's no temporary speaker. What's happening right now is there is a speaker pro tempore, that's Patrick McHenry. His only job is to facilitate the election of a new speaker. He can't do anything else. He can't move legislation forward. His only job here is to make sure that we can elect a speaker who will then be empowered to actually run the business of the House. If the Democrats join with their ideal least evil Republican, who do you think it would be? I don't think we're going to see Democrats join with any Republican, for the express reason that it is not the Democrats' responsibility to save Republicans from themselves. Republicans ran for Congress to have a majority in the House. They got their House majority. It is now up to them to figure out how to govern with it. Electing a speaker is the most basic function of government. It's the most simple thing that they have to do. If they can't figure out how to do that, again, it's not going to be on the Democrats to save them. It'll be up to the Republicans to figure their own stuff out. So I don't think that we're going to see any Democrats have to engage in some deal making with Republicans. Democrats, like every minority party, will vote for a member of their own party for speaker. It is up to the Republicans, who have a majority, to figure out how to work that majority, to their advantage. A lot of people are very interested in what I ate, and I ate salmon. Very uneventful. I missed breakfast. It's 12:30 on the West Coast, so shoveled some salmon down back here, took a ton of allergy medication, and gonna try to make this thing work. On the unlikely chance Jeffries becomes speaker, could the Republicans just move to vacate immediately? I'm not sure what happens in terms of the rules. There would have to be a rules change, and I believe the House would have to vote for it. So I don't know what happens first. I don't know if the first thing that would happen would be that Jeffries would be able to pass a new rules package, or if someone can just stand up and introduce a motion to vacate. I don't know the answer to that, but again, as was posed in this question here from Andy, that is unlikely. In fact, it's almost a 0% chance that Jeffries would become speaker here. And hold on, I'm trying to find a question from one person in particular. Will there be an increase in other votes, or will we see conforming to Jim? That is the ultimate question here. This thing can go one of two ways. Either the margin for Jim Jordan gets smaller and smaller, meaning he gets closer to that 217 threshold, and some of those people who defected the first go-around eventually come back to his side. That could very well happen, and maybe those people are in moderate Biden districts and just need to show that they didn't kowtow to Jim Jordan, who is an extremist in the House, right away. So that's one option, that we can see all of a sudden Jim Jordan's vote count go from 200 to 205 or 207, and that would be a good sign for him, even 201, because it would show him moving in the right direction. The flip side of that is if he goes down to 199, 198, and he sees that he's losing support, that will only be tenable for a couple of rounds. Otherwise, it becomes clear that there's no viable path forward for Jim Jordan. So what happens in this second vote is arguably going to be more important than what happened in the first vote, because that'll determine really whether there's any viable path for Jim Jordan to become Speaker. Andrew brought up a good point. Republicans want ineffective government. This plays into their hands. It's obstructionism, not republicanism. I agree. So there is a way that this can actually redound to the Republicans' advantage here, and that is because, look, we are seeing so much dysfunction happening in the House right now. Republicans can point to this and say, look, we want small government. We've told you for years and years and years that the U.S. government cannot work. We shouldn't be spending money on it. We should be shrinking government because look how dysfunctional it is. What they're not telling you is that the only reason it's dysfunctional is because those very people are making it dysfunctional. So basically, they're breaking something, pointing to the thing that they've broken and saying, look, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have big government. But what they're not telling you is that the only reason it is not working is because they are purposefully breaking it. So yes, I do think that this lends itself to this whole long-standing Republican argument that government can't work. But it only can't work because they're making sure it can't, because they are steeped in their own dysfunction. Republicans can't even figure out the most basic tenets of government right now, figure out how to accomplish the most basic tasks of governing, which is just first and foremost to elect a speaker so that they can then do anything beyond that. But the flip side of that, the argument against that, is that look what happened when Democrats were in control. With the same exact size majority as Republicans have right now, Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the gun safety legislation, reauthorized the Violence Against Women Act, codified marriage equality into federal law. They oversaw the addition of 14 million jobs. They brought the unemployment rate down to a near 50-year low. When you have people who believe in the function of government, government will work for people. But when you don't, which is the case right now, then it won't. And that couldn't be more clear than it is right now. In the event of a serious emergency, what will the House do? Well, the House can't do anything. I mean, legally, the House can't do anything. The House is paralyzed right now. The only thing that can happen in the House is that Patrick McHenry, the Speaker pro tempore, can facilitate the election of a speaker. That's it. That's where we're at right now. So at this point, the only thing we can really do is just wait for the House to choose a speaker, wait for the Republican conference to choose a speaker before we do anything else. Wouldn't it behoove Republicans to not have another vote until they're at least 90% sure they have the votes to elect a speaker? Why risk the dysfunction? Yes, I agree. It would. And in fact, when there was the initial vote for speaker with Kevin McCarthy, when it took 15 rounds, there were time limits that had to be respected. Right now, there's no time limits. They can be in recess until they have some path forward, but they decide when they're going to be done with recess. So the longer we're in recess, basically the better indication of it is, the better indication it is that Republicans don't have their shit together. Because if they did, they would they would come back onto the floor and start this vote. And the fact that they're not coming back onto the floor is all the indication you need that they don't know what's happening, that there is more dysfunction, that they have that they don't have anybody who can come close to that 217 point. So the longer we stay here in this period where there is no voting happening on the House floor, the better an idea you have of the fact that Jim Jordan is not finding the support that he desperately needs to be able to hit that 217 threshold, or even any threshold. I mean, at this point right now, if I was Jim Jordan and I had 200 votes the first round and I knew that I can get 205 votes the second round or 208 votes just so that it shows that there's forward momentum, forward progress, I would do it. The fact that they're not on the floor right now kind of shows that they wouldn't even have that there's no forward progress on any amount of Republicans if they can't bring that number up. I think at this point, what you want to see is just some momentum. Even if Jim Jordan doesn't get it on the second ballot, having some momentum would actually benefit him here. Is there live voting on C-SPAN? Is that what's happening right now? Oh, no, I think there's not live voting on C-SPAN. I don't know why. I was just told that there was live voting on C-SPAN by somebody in the chat, but I don't think that is the case. But that did give me a slight heart attack that I was missing the vote. There may be some vote on something else in the Senate right now. Let me try to figure out what that is. Yeah, I'm not seeing any voting right now. I have one job here. That's to make sure that we see the vote when it actually happens. Does the fact that Republicans don't want the federal government to exist come into play in their lack of interest in doing anything? Yeah. I think this, again, I mentioned this point a few minutes ago, but I'll reiterate it here. There is definitely an advantage for Republicans who don't believe in government itself. And so when you are trying to show people that government should be shrunk down to the size of nothing, this dysfunction actually plays into their hands because it shows that, like, look, we told you government doesn't work. Here's Exhibit A. Of course, what they're not telling you then is that the only reason it's not working is because they are making sure that it doesn't work. Government, again, can work when you have people who believe in its core functionality. Why don't the Republicans vote for Trump? I thought they want him as speaker. They probably recognize that the only way to have more dysfunction than what they're currently contending with is to then try to get Donald Trump to become speaker. Donald Trump is sitting in a courtroom in New York right now. He is contending with 91 criminal charges in 4 different jurisdictions. He doesn't have time to run for president, which should be his number one job right now, much less actually serve as the Speaker of the House. Is it realistic to think that 5 Republicans could vote for Jeffries? No, it's not realistic to think that 5 Republicans could vote for Jeffries. I don't anticipate seeing a single Republican who will come forward and vote for Jeffries. I think we're going to see Republicans vote for anybody under the sun before they vote for a Democrat. Could this be indicative of an impending split in the Republican Party? I don't think this is indicative of a split. I think what's clear is that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party has won out. I mean, the fact that 200 Republicans could come forward and vote for someone like Jim... The only reason Jim Jordan isn't speaker right now is because he only had a margin of 4 Republicans that he could afford to lose, and he lost 17, which, by the way, 17 out of over 200 is still a hugely like a huge showing for Jim Jordan. And so the fact that Jim Jordan, who is an insurrection sympathizer, who helped Donald Trump try to overturn the 2020 election, who's never passed a single piece of legislation in his almost 2 decades in Congress, who did introduce extreme legislation like a national ban on abortion, the fact that someone like him, who has been the biggest mouthpiece for all this nonsense Hunter Biden probe stuff and then Biden impeachment inquiry hearings, the fact that someone like him could consolidate so much support in the Republican conference is a testament to just how far off the deep end the Republican Party has gone and how enveloped it is by Trumpism. So no, I don't think that there's a split in the Republican Party. If anything, the fact that Jim Jordan on the first ballot could get 200 votes in his conference shows how extreme the Republican Party has become. And again, how enveloped it is, how wholly consumed it is by Trumpism. And sure, you'll have the occasional Don Bacons and Ken Bucks and you know, D'Esposito, but these people are just a few moderate Republicans who are running in districts that Biden won. Half of them likely won't even be there after the next election anyway, and so these people are just on borrowed time, but they're not representative of the Republican Party. This is not the way the Republican Party is going. Just because you have a few mouthpieces who right now have an outsized voice because the margin is so small, because the threshold that that Jim Jordan has to reach is so high. Sure that they have outsized influence right now, but this is in no way indicative of what the Republican Party is right now. The Republican Party is owned by Donald Trump. If the vote was anonymous, which way do you think it would swing? Also curious who Gaetz voted for in round 1. Gaetz voted for Jim Jordan. He's been an advocate for Jim Jordan all along. If the vote was anonymous, which way would it swing? I think if the vote was anonymous, which it will never be, but, you know, I would have to imagine if it was anonymous, perhaps Kevin McCarthy. I mean, I still, even if it was anonymous, don't think you would get 5 Republicans or 4 Republicans to defect to the Democrats. So it would be hard for me to say that Hakeem Jeffries would win, but I think some of these people who kind of like are getting strong-armed by the House Freedom Caucus to vote for Jim Jordan, I think that they would just vote for Kevin McCarthy. And some of those people who voted against Kevin McCarthy, I think just did it because they were being pressured by their right flank and they don't want to get primaried. And so that's what happens. So the government, another question is, the government can't function without a speaker, so what's the point of having a stand-in speaker if they can't do anything? So the speaker pro tempore, that's Patrick McHenry, his only job is to facilitate the election of a new speaker. So that is his job. It's not that they can't do anything, it's that the only thing they can do is figure out how to get a new speaker elected or facilitate the election of a new speaker, whose job will then be to carry out the business of the House. So we do have somebody who is put in place because the House can't have no person facilitating the business of the House. It can't just be nobody up there, but his job is limited just to a very narrow scope of being able to make sure that they can elect the next speaker. So that's it. That's all he can do. But it's necessary because we need a speaker to be able to move forward with any business in the House right now. By the way, for anybody watching, I'll take this quick opportunity to do a shameless plug. If you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you're enjoying this, I guess, mid-vote coverage of what's happening in the House right now, please make sure to subscribe to my channel. It's the best way to support what I do. It does not cost you anything, and it'll allow you to participate in the chat if you're subscribed. And again, it's just a good way to support my work and so that I can keep these live streams going. For people just joining, here's the lay of the land right now. We are 1 vote in. Jim Jordan did not get the required votes. He needed 217 to be speaker. He had 200. He lost 17 Republicans. What's happening right now is that they're whipping votes behind the scenes. There were 20 holdouts. The Jim Jordan team is trying to bring those people back on. At some point today, we are going to have a second vote. Jim Jordan's spokesperson has come out and said that we should expect a second vote today, but we don't have any specific time. The reporting right now from CNN, Scalise and Jordan just met. Jordan asked for Scalise's help in the speaker's race. Scalise wouldn't commit, not being a team player. So that's what's happening behind the scenes right now. And that's according to Annie Grayer from CNN. Let's see if I have any other news that I can relay here. Some other news. This is from Jake Sherman at Punch Bowl. Ken Buck has gone on MSNBC and said that Jim Jordan will lose votes on the next round. That's what Ken Buck says. Of course, like, you take that with a grain of salt, but here's the risk for Jim Jordan. If he does lose votes on the next round and the momentum is clearly not on his side, I would imagine it would only take another round or so before he'll begin to lose a lot more votes, because if the momentum starts to fall away from him and his path to the speakership doesn't seem viable anymore, Republicans are not going to continue to humor this insanity, because, you know, all this does is give them terrible optics and show how dysfunctional they are, and it's not even a means to any end. Like, if Jim Jordan's not going to become elected speaker, then why continue to prolong this process that just shows how dysfunctional the Republican conference actually is? So again, I've said this before and I'll say it now. What happens on the second vote in terms of how many votes Jim Jordan can claw back is going to be hugely important here, because it'll show that the momentum is either with him, that he's earning back some of those votes from early people that he lost, or if he doesn't hit that 200 mark even, which is the mark that he hit the first round, and you start seeing numbers like 198 or 195, then that's going to definitely complicate Jim Jordan's path to the speakership if it becomes clear that he's actually shedding support. I think that if that were to happen, it won't take long before Jim Jordan's name kind of falls out of contention. What will happen after that, I have no idea. I mean, some people in the chat here were suggesting Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think that would probably be even more likely than a Jim Jordan speakership at that point. How can the Democrats milk this situation politically if most people in the country aren't paying attention, as you said? So yeah, I do believe that most people are not paying attention right now. Again, we are in October of an off year, but I think that Democrats can point to this. I mean, this is not going to be a big moment that people look at. I think the moments that people look at when they're determining who to vote for are where Republicans stand on the issue of abortion and women's reproductive rights. It's going to be the Donald Trump of it all. Donald Trump may very well be a convicted felon or may be sentenced to prison by the time it comes time to vote. I mean, that's going to be a more obvious, a more prevalent issue in this campaign, I think, than just showing, you know, how Republicans aren't able to govern. I think this is obvious right now. Maybe for some people who are paying attention right now, it just allows Democrats to, for a fleeting moment, be able to say, look, these people not only aren't interested in governing, but can't, even when they try. I mean, we're talking about doing the most basic task of governing, which is just electing a speaker, and they can't do that. But in all honesty, I don't think this is going to be the issue that flips voters in the 2024 election. But it is just like one more, check to add off, just to show that this is a party that is not capable of governing. It's a party that's not interested in governing. It's a party that solely opts to traffic in dysfunction, and that's something that we've seen That's something that we're seeing today. It's something that we've seen throughout the entirety of the Trump presidency, and it's something that we'll continue to see if Republicans are able to win in 2024. So I think that it's as simple as that in terms of what the Democrats can do with this. But really, Democrats don't have to do anything right now. Republicans are doing a great job alone, unto themselves, of showing just how incapable of governing they are. So far, no indication as to when we're going to come back for a vote. But I'll continue to answer questions as we wait for this vote, as we wait for this recess to end. I know a lot of people have been asking, is it at all possible that Hakeem Jeffries gets the speakership? All they need is 9 Republicans voting present. Look, it's possible. It's highly unlikely. I don't think that any Republicans, I think that it would be to some degree political suicide for a Republican to defect and cast a vote for Hakeem Jeffries. So sure, it's possible. Sure, some of them can vote present, but they know that, let's say it's what it was right now. Let's say it was 200 votes for Jim Jordan and 212 for Hakeem Jeffries. If a number of Republicans vote present and continue lowering that threshold, the first one to reach that threshold will be Hakeem Jeffries before Jim Jordan, because he doesn't have more than 212 votes. The guy doesn't even have 201 votes. So right now, Hakeem Jeffries is at 212. Jim Jordan's at 200. If enough people vote present and lower that threshold down to 212, the first one who's going to reach it is going to be Hakeem Jeffries. So those Republicans know that if they vote present, if enough of them vote present, it is a de facto vote for Hakeem Jeffries, because it just gets him closer to the speakership, given that there is no Republican right now who can get enough votes to exceed that 212 that Hakeem Jeffries is at. We don't even have a Republican who's able to exceed 201. I mean, Jim Jordan was at 200. So yes, they can vote present. They know that they will be giving a de facto vote to Hakeem Jeffries by virtue of doing so, because right now there is no Republican who can get to that threshold. So I don't think we're going to see any Republicans voting present right now. The only reason that we had that threshold lower from 218 to 217 is because one Republican is out. Let's see. I know some people are saying that the voting has started. Let's see. Right now, I'm not seeing anything on any other feed that's showing a vote, and I'm not seeing anything on Twitter that says that they have begun voting again. So it may be an old feed that somebody's watching. For those, yeah, it's an old feed that. For those watching on like a C-SPAN feed, make sure it's not live, because they're rerunning old footage, but there's nothing right now. As soon as that vote comes back, I promise you, I'll be on top of it. It's my only job right now, is to make sure that we can follow the vote. So Mario Diaz-Balart, who was a no vote on Jim Jordan, has requested the House of Representatives return immediately and begin a second vote on electing a new speaker. I don't know what that means. I don't know how binding that is. I don't know what Patrick McHenry is going to do with that information. I don't know that if somebody requests of an immediate vote that means anything. But it is news that Mario Diaz-Balart, who is a Republican from Florida who did not vote for Jim Jordan, has requested an immediate second vote. So for those watching, by the way, in the chat, who are saying that C-SPAN is right now doing the prayer, it's just a rerun. They wouldn't do the prayer again because the House is already in session. It's just on recess right now. For anybody just joining, we are only one vote in. The House is currently in recess, has Kevin McCarthy. I mean, there's really no difference between Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan at this point because neither one of them can figure out how to consolidate enough support to actually become speaker. But Jim Jordan's, faction of people is trying to figure out how to peel away some of those 17 defectors to try to cast ballots for him in what will be an impending second vote, but it hasn't happened yet. And so we're waiting for that right now. In the meantime, while we wait for any news, let's carry on with answering some questions if anybody has them. And by the way, for people who are just joining or for those who aren't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to this channel. I'll carry this live stream on as long as it takes. We are 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. We're 6 hours into the live stream right now, and I'll keep carrying it as soon as I need to until we have the business for today done. Who knows if we actually have a speaker elected today, but we'll continue to live stream it here. So if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, just do me a solid here and make sure to subscribe. That's the best way to support this channel and what I do. Do I think whoever becomes speaker will get rid of this new rule that anyone can vote out the speaker? That's the motion to vacate. Yes, I think that this has proven itself a disastrous rule where one person can just determine that they want to stand up and allow some small faction of people, 4 or 5 people, to vote out a speaker, and then we're back right here in this situation. So yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a whole lot of I don't think that this rule is going to last very long, and I would anticipate that this is the last we'll see of it with regard to whoever becomes speaker. What are likely alternatives to Jim Jordan? I mean, I guess the obvious alternative is Kevin McCarthy, who probably has some breath of life left in him in terms of speaker. Another one is Steve Scalise, who I believe the first ballot had 113 votes in support when Jim Jordan had 99. And so Steve Scalise dropped out, and Jim Jordan, who had 14 fewer votes than Scalise did, was like, oh, clearly I'm the consensus pick, which is absolutely what should be expected from a House Freedom Caucus member, because they see a minority of voters and they're like, this is my mandate to lead. Other than that, I have no idea. Anybody's guess would be as good as mine. Somebody brought up Elise Stefanik. Scott did. Yeah, Elise Stefanik could be an option as well. I mean, although she's proving herself just as extreme as Jim Jordan, she's a chameleon in that Republican conference. She will be whatever you need her to be to keep her seat. She was like a moderate Republican from New York, went to an Ivy League school, and is like dumbed herself down into the most MAGA of Trump Republicans you could possibly find. Just whatever she needs to be, no long-standing principles, just here I am bending with the wind, whatever way it blows. Do I think this childish behavior will lock in the congressional Democrats for 2024? Perhaps, I mean, look, this isn't going to help Republicans. I think it will only help Democrats. How much it will help them, probably, probably little to none. But I think what's going to help congressional Democrats more is two different things. Just the maps unto themselves. I have a series that I do on my channel called Democracy Watch with Mark Elias, who's the nation's top voting rights attorney. We've gone through, and his firm, Elias Law Group, is litigating map cases in a number of states, or if it's not his firm, it's other pro-democracy organizations. But right now, just on unconstitutional maps alone, what we're looking at is one new seat that will favor Democrats in Louisiana, one in Alabama, one in Georgia, perhaps one in Utah, one in South Carolina, one in Florida, as many as 3 to 5 in Texas, and as many as 4 to 6 in New York. So that's just on unconstitutional maps. You've heard, if you haven't heard, Alabama went to court in a case called Allen versus Milligan, and it forced them to redraw their maps because there was Republicans had consolidated all black voters into one district, and another district had a majority black voters, but they were drawn in such a way that would prevent those black voters from being able to choose a candidate of their choice. So it's a violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So the court ordered Alabama's maps to be redrawn. They did that. Now Alabama has a second black opportunity district which is one more than they had before. So we'll see most likely a Democrat elected in Alabama. Same thing's happening in Louisiana. Same thing is going to happen in Georgia, where litigation is pending right now. Florida, Florida's 5th congressional district is the same thing. And then we're looking at South Carolina. Their map was a violation of the 14th Amendment. And we may see other 14th Amendment maps come forward. But in any case, all that is to say, between New York, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Utah, South Carolina, Florida, and Texas, we can see as many as 16 or 17 seats flipped just from unconstitutional maps. So that's that right there unto itself. Add in the fact that right now there are 18 Republicans currently serving in Biden-won districts. And, if Donald Trump is the nominee again, and if Joe Biden is the nominee again, and you have all of those Republicans currently sitting in districts that Biden won in 2020, it's going to be a much harder climb for them to get elected in a district where people are coming out in support of Joe Biden, especially since the vast majority of those people in those 18 districts just voted for Jim Jordan as Speaker. Only 5 of the 18 Republicans who are currently sitting in Biden-won districts voted for someone other than Jim Jordan. So that was Don Bacon, Mike D'Esposito, Kiggins, Lakota, and Lawler. The only Biden district Republicans who voted for someone other than Jim Jordan. 15 other Republicans currently sitting in districts that Biden won in 2020 just voted for Jim Jordan. So if you don't think that their Democratic opponents are going to come forward and say, look, this is a Republican right now that is representing you who voted for the most extreme member of the Republican conference to become Speaker, like, you're kidding yourself. They're making these ads today. So that's why this is a liability for Jim Jordan. But just between maps being redrawn and these 18 Biden district Republicans, we could see something in the ballpark of 30 seats flipped from red to blue in 2024. And I don't think that's like wishful thinking on my part. I think that we're going to see a certain number of seats flipped just by virtue of maps being redrawn. And beyond that, I think that alone is enough to flip the House to Democrats' control. But beyond that, Republicans have an uphill climb to retain their majority in those districts alone, because again, these are districts that Democrats are going to focus on now. I mean, Lauren Boebert's district is one of them. She won by 500 votes and then went on to do her Beetlejuice antics. And so if you don't think people were fed up with her before, I mean, she hasn't made a name for herself being some voice of moderation. She's only continued to embarrass herself and her district and her party. For those asking when will Republicans be back, I don't have any update on that. Let me see if I can find anything. So some Jim Jordan skeptics or opponents are calling for a vote right now. Mario Diaz-Balart is calling for one. Womack is also calling for an immediate vote. There is a reason that Jim Jordan wouldn't want an immediate vote. Another one, Mike Simpson, is also calling for an immediate vote on the floor. The reason that Jim Jordan wouldn't want one right now is because he doesn't have enough support. And if Jim Jordan goes to the floor and has fewer votes than he did on the first round, then that will show the momentum falling out of his favor, and it'll probably kill his hopes for a speakership. So the fact that A, they're not on the floor right now, goes to show that things are probably not going great for Jim Jordan behind the scenes where he's whipping votes. And B, it's why these opponents of Jim Jordan, like Mike Simpson, like Diaz-Balart, like Womack, are pushing for a vote right now, is because they probably see that, and they know that if they can get this vote started immediately, and they can get fewer votes on the board for Jim Jordan than he had before, if they can get to like 195 instead of 200, then that's basically a death knell for Jim Jordan's hopes of becoming speaker. So that's why a lot of these anti-Jim Jordan Republicans are coming out and basically demanding a vote immediately, because they want to drive that stake in the heart of the Jim Jordan speakership campaign. Who can call the vote? I believe that'll be the Speaker Pro Tempore, Patrick McHenry, if I'm not mistaken, which I may be, but I'm not mistaken. Could these House elections potentially have up-ballot consequences in 2024 for Senate and President? Yeah, of course. Look, whether it's down-ballot or up-ballot, I think that we need good candidates wherever we have them on the ballot, and Republicans having dangerous candidates anywhere where they have them on the ballot can absolutely have implications up or down. So, for example, if you have Lauren Boebert on the ballot and you think that people aren't going to vote a certain way, given her presence on the ballot, then you're kidding yourself. Obviously, when there are local candidates who have been in the community, who are especially present, who've gotten people out to vote, people who otherwise wouldn't have come out to vote could then vote for a Democrat in Senate or a Democrat for president. Like, Will Rollins is running in California's 41st congressional district as a Democrat against a guy named Ken Calvert, who this is a swing district. Ken Calvert voted for Jim Jordan. People are going to come out because they've met Will Rollins around the neighborhood, or he's come and campaigned there. And so people who might not necessarily have come and voted for Joe Biden could then come out for Will Rollins and say, look, I'll just vote Democrats straight up the ballot, straight down the ballot. And that's how these down ballot candidates can actually help up ballot. So whereas, you wouldn't necessarily have everybody coming out just for Joe Biden, for example, because maybe he hasn't been to your district, maybe you don't have any feelings about him. If you have feelings about another Democrat, maybe one running for Senate or the House, then you bring people out that way and you help the rest of the ticket by virtue of doing so. We know there are holdouts that protest vote Scalise and McCarthy over Jim Jordan. Are there any who would actually protest vote for Jordan over Scalise? Yeah, of course. I mean, if you look at the House Freedom Caucus, these people hold anybody hostage. That's their only tool. That's what they're great at. So even though Scalise, in the initial vote a few days back, Scalise had 113. This was the conference vote, the Republican conference vote. Steve Scalise had 113 votes in support. Jim Jordan had 99. But because the House Freedom Caucus loves to do hostage taking and loves to demand power even when they don't deserve it, it was Scalise who dropped out with 113 votes and Jim Jordan who stayed in with 99 votes. So yeah, absolutely. I think if it's anybody but Jim Jordan, of course you're going to see these hostage takers, these extremists within the Republican conference come forward and just vote no until they get what they want. That's their only MO. That's all they know how to do, is just take hostages and demand things that they don't deserve, because that's it. They don't have any other way to function. So for people just joining in right now, I know there are a few people who are just trying to get a lay of the land. We are one vote down today. Jim Jordan did not get the vote tally he needed on the first ballot. He needed 217. He only got 200. So there were 17 defections. He could afford 4. There were 20 defections. He could only afford 4. So right now they're just... The House is in recess. They're whipping votes behind the scenes. Jim Jordan's team is trying to bring back some of those people who he lost in his own conference. Meanwhile, there are other alternatives that I'm sure they're trying to figure out in the event that Jim Jordan can't make it happen. So we're waiting for the House to come back from recess right now for a second vote. Jim Jordan's spokesperson has come forward and said that they do expect a second vote today. There are a number of anti-Jim Jordan Republicans who are calling for a vote right now. Obviously, without the support that he needs to show that he's going in the right direction, Jim Jordan does not want to vote immediately, because if we come back and he's lost any votes from the first go-around, then it'll become clear that the momentum is not in his favor, and it'll show basically that there's no viable path to the speakership for Jim Jordan. So we won't see this recess end until there's some good news for Jordan, until he's able to flip some of those votes. He may very well have already flipped some. I anticipate that some of these Republicans who voted against him only did so to have that plausible deniability in their districts, so that they can come back and say, look, I know how extreme Jim Jordan is. I didn't vote for him the first go around, but I had to moving forward because it was going to become clear that he was the only viable candidate. So there's going to be some of those people, some people who voted no the first go around and who will fall in line as soon as a little bit of pressure is exerted onto them. But if there are any Republicans who say, like, look, we had 20 defections, that's more than we thought. Maybe there are more of us than we anticipated. Maybe we can kind of use our power to ensure that Jim Jordan never becomes the candidate. Then that might be an avenue that they use as well. Because look, Jim Jordan as Speaker is not going to help a lot of Republicans who are running in moderate districts. There are not a lot of people out there who are going to be wanting to vote. I'm talking about Americans who want to vote for their member of Congress to empower Jim Jordan as Speaker. This guy is one of, if not the farthest right members of the House conference, of the Republican conference. I mean, this is somebody who's been in Congress for almost 20 years. He's passed zero pieces of legislation. He has authored legislation like a nationwide ban on abortion, which thank God hasn't become law. He's also been, one of the insurrection sympathizers. He's helped Donald Trump in his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, and he's also clouded by the scandal from when he was a assistant wrestling coach at Ohio State University, and there were over 100 students who'd been sexually assaulted by a team doctor, and Jim Jordan was the coach who reportedly knew about it and did nothing. So this is who they're looking to empower by virtue of making him Speaker. I don't think a lot of Republicans are looking forward necessarily to going back to their district and saying, hey, vote for me so that we can give Jim Jordan all the power in the House, to make Jim Jordan third in line to the presidency. So this is, again, like an uphill battle for these Republicans. Now a number of those anti-Jim Jordan Republicans, including Mario Diaz-Balart, Steve Womack, Kay Granger, and Mike Simpson, are all demanding a floor vote now. The reason they're doing that, again, as I've explained, is that they want to get this thing going immediately, because if Jim Jordan hasn't consolidated more support and they get on record showing that Jim Jordan is either at a standstill or losing votes, then he's lost the momentum and it becomes clear that there's no viable path to the speakership. So they have every vested interest right now in making sure that they can vote as quickly as possible, knowing that Jim Jordan very clearly doesn't have the votes. I mean, if he did have the votes, we wouldn't be in recess. Every minute that goes by is a stronger indication that Jim Jordan does not have the votes that he needs to become Speaker. And so the longer this lasts, the worse it looks for him, the worse the optics are for him. It's kind of like in a jury trial. When they have a decision quickly, it usually means that the jury was able to come together to form a consensus that the person will be guilty. And the longer it lasts, the more likely it is that they won't be guilty. Except in this case, not guilty means no speakership for Jim Jordan. McHenry voted for Jim Jordan for Speaker, for those asking. When is the second vote? We don't have that time right now. We're still waiting for any indication as to when that vote will be. Do they have to do another quorum call first? That's a good question. I'm not sure if there will be another quorum call. It may be that they don't have to because they've already done a quorum call to start this session, and the session didn't end, it's just in recess right now. Why don't Republicans just nominate a boring old classic conservative to attract support? Why Jim Jordan? Well, they did with Steve Scalise. I mean, not that Steve Scalise is boring or not extreme. I mean, this is a guy who advocated for harsh, super lax gun laws after he himself got shot. This is not some moderate Republican. This isn't exactly Adam Kinzinger. But they tried to. And in fact, when they did a conference vote, an intra-conference vote, Steve Scalise had more support than Jim Jordan. But he dropped out because it became clear that the party was too fractured. And Jim Jordan, who had fewer votes than Steve Scalise, stayed in. Because that's what they do. That's what the extremists do. They see the fact that they don't have support and take that as a mandate to rule, to preside over everyone. And they're the ones who are not going to, whereas moderates would say, okay, there's no viable path forward. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to take a step back for the good of the party. The extremists, like Jim Jordan, will say, I don't care. I'm going to rule. It's my mandate. Nothing is going to stop me from cementing my grip on power, and they'll move forward because that's just the difference in mentality. So that's why they won't just nominate a classic conservative. That's why they'll do Jim Jordan, because the hostage takers, the people who will take hostages, are the people like Jim Jordan. And that's what he's doing right now. They're not going to relinquish power if they don't have to. And right now they don't have to because they know that at the end of the day, they can probably get those moderate Republicans to fold. How long do I think this will take? Ballpark? No idea. No idea. I mean, I'm more than 6 hours into the live stream that I didn't anticipate this would take this long. But I've told you I'll do it, so I'm going to do it. Or maybe I'm 5 hours in. Yeah, I'm 5 hours into a live stream, sorry. Okay, we do have an update here on timing. Jim Jordan is aiming for a 6 p.m. Eastern vote to provide enough time for Representative Bilrakis to return for a second floor vote. That would be another vote for Jim Jordan. He was at a funeral, so Jim Jordan is obviously scrounging whatever votes he can get. So right now we're looking at 6 p.m., which would be about an hour and a half from now. That's what we're looking at this moment. I mean, that's just one report. So I think what I'm going to do is just put this on on pause here so that I can be a human and do things that humans do when they're not sitting at a computer screen for 5 straight hours. But I will come back as soon as either we have an update or as soon as it becomes clear that there will be another vote. I think I'll just take a quick break here, so I'll leave the stream running so that we can all stay here. For anybody watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed and want to support this 5-hour marathon that will very likely turn into a 7 or 8 hour marathon, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It's the best way to support what I do, and I would very much appreciate it. Also doesn't cost you anything. It's just a great way to support this channel and my work. So with that said, I'm going to just leave everything up. If you want to participate in the chat, you can. All you have to do is subscribe to partake in the chat. And as soon as we have any movement here, I'll come back. So with that said, thank you for tuning in. Thanks for bearing with me here, and we'll get this going pretty soon. Okay, for anybody watching right now, we've got some news. We've got an update on timing here. So as of right now, it looks like there will be no other speaker vote today. They've just announced that the next speaker vote will be tomorrow, which is Wednesday, at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, which means I'll start my pre-show around 7:30 in the morning, which is fine. It's going to be fine. And we'll take it from there. Right now, I just want to add one quick thing. This doesn't look great for Jim Jordan. If things were moving in the right direction in a timely manner for him, he'd have moved to get to the floor quickly so that he can keep some momentum and give the impression that things are going well for him. The fact that we haven't seen any other vote called today, and the fact that it's being pushed now till tomorrow, kind of is our best indication that he doesn't have the support he needs, that he has to spend all of this time trying to bring those defectors, some of those 20 defectors, back into the fold, that he needs more time to do it, and that there's really no movement. So all of this doesn't exactly bode well for Jim Jordan, but I would say that we'll see what happens in the morning. Again, he's got 200 votes. He needs to bring that number up to 217, and we'll just take it from there. But I will be live streaming this thing until the bitter end. So as long as they make it go, I'll be here with you doing it. So if you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you want to stay on top of whatever's going on in this speaker election, please make sure to subscribe. Again, the next live stream will be tomorrow, Wednesday, at probably 10:30 a.m. Eastern, 7:30 a.m. Pacific. And we'll just take it from there. Ballot number 2. And I don't know how long this thing is going to last, but certainly is lasting past today. So we're going on to day 2 of this second, or I guess third round of speaker votes, after the first one in January with McCarthy taking 15 rounds, the second one where McCarthy himself lost and was ousted, and now this third go around where we're trying to actually land on one. So for as long as it takes, I'll be running these live streams. So again, if you're not yet subscribed, please subscribe so that you can get the update as soon as I go live, so that you can join in and watch the circus together. So with that said, thank you for joining today. Sorry we didn't get any type of conclusion here, any closure in this, but I guess a bigger part of me than not was kind of expecting this to happen. So we'll keep barreling forward tomorrow and see if we can't watch Republicans figure out how to just accomplish the most basic tasks with their governing majority. So with that said, thank you again, and subscribe for tomorrow, and see you then. Thanks, everybody.